That's the meeting. We have a choral group tonight at the meeting. Yeah.
Don Selle, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Sorry, I was a little late. I was on another call.
No, you weren't late. This is the early log on.
No, I appreciate it.
It's the early log on.
I've got several people working on virtual TSP who are like all jazzed up, man.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and we're getting close to the deadline, so we're trying to get everything corralled.
Yeah, I'll need to know where to send the videos.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We hear you fine. David.
Okay,
hear
I had
us
to
okay?
take I cleared up my problem. I had to take my laptop and throw it out the window.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Where it bounced across the field several times. And then there was a big rattlesnake that came and ate it. But I took the rattlesnake and I was able.
Did he eat it in bits or in bites?
He ate it in bites. He loved it. And I went to the rattlesnake and I said, I need my laptop back. And he said, can I use your telescope tonight? And I said, of course. And he's putting it together now for me, but he gave me back the laptop and I plugged it in and here I am. Hello.
Well, I wouldn't ask how your day's going, David, but I think I know.
Actually, this is the first good day in about a week. It's been a horrible, horrible week. Since the eclipse until today, it's been one of the worst weeks I've had. But I'm on the upside now, so I'm doing better. I'm doing much better.
Good.
That's good.
I don't know what it was or is, but I am feeling better now.
Well, that's good to hear, David. So,
Thank you.
You caught something on right after the party or last
It
week,
was
or
the night of the eclipse, so it was a difficult eclipse for me. And then when I woke up, I was feeling absolutely horrible, and that just kept on until this morning.
oh, wow, well, you sound good today. It's good to hear that
I'm feeling
recovered.
I'm feeling much better. Thank
Great.
you for asking. That's good. Thanks.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
hey, Jason.
How you doing?
Hey, Jason.
Do I sound okay?
I'm fine.
Okay, good.
Sound fine.
I'm gonna log in on two computers again.
What's that?
I'm gonna log in on two computers again. It's easier to share from my desktop, but I don't have a camera on it, so.
Oh, I see.
I thought Scotty has a rule that if you have fewer than two computers, you're not allowed to be on the program.
Uh-huh. It's
Unless
better
he has a rotary dial phone.
I have three computers running. I've got, that little Mac Mini with a new processor. I've got the iMac, kind of all-in-one computer, and then I've got a Windows machine. because I
Ooh.
sometimes have to have a Windows machine. The
Bill
Windows
Gates
machine is
would
by
be glad
far
that you
the,
have a window, at least one Windows machine.
yeah, it's true. Let's see. So what is the most amazing in this last year, 2021? What's been the most amazing thing you have observed in the sky?
You asking
Great.
me?
The conjunction.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
I think it was Sunday night while I was observing with David Rossiter.
Uh-huh.
I was out there comet hunting when suddenly I saw a whole line of stars in a straight line moving.
Yeah.
First, I thought the telescope was moving on me, but then I noticed it was the stars, and I moved a little bit, and there were other stars. Turned out there were more than 30 of them. It turned out that it is a Starlink launch had taken place like the day before, and I saw the whole chain of satellites moving across the sky.
Wow.
Never seen that. I saw that. I think I saw that once before.
I had 3 5-minute sub images that I was taking, that I had 5 in one, 4 in another, and 3 in the last one. And they were all, it was all Starlink. I had no idea they were going to go through the field I was shooting.
Oh boy.
So, but there was a lot of interest for the conjunction. I had, even though it was still COVID protocol, I probably had a dozen people at my house outside. We kept everybody social distance, and when I got them, before I got them to the eyepiece, I wiped everything down, and it went over very well though. So on the subject of computers in use, I put I got an older Windows 10 unit, and I actually just got it set up finally yesterday with a special video capture board in it, and a couple of low light video cameras pointing up at the sky, and it's all softwared up for a research program called CAMS. It's a meteorite tracking system that NASA's funding, and that the SETI Institute is actually running it. So I got the 2 cameras online yesterday, and problem is, just like normal with every other new thing you do with astronomy, it's cloudy.
Does it auto detect the meteors coming through the field?
It does. It
Yeah,
does.
that's cool.
And the software is all script driven, and it's really slick. It's they've been doing it for a few years now, and it's really well organized.
Yeah, I had seen that, something similar. We've got that automated software for looking at lunar impacts too. It's pretty neat.
So
There was one program, Don, that I remember. I can remember that there was one person, and I forgot how he had it all set up, but he had all this. He was a software engineer, and he had it all set up. He had a number of automatic telescopes, and then he would have this algorithm to detect, like you say, all the near Earth objects, all the satellites, or all the potential near Earth objects that are coming by, and he was detecting all those. And they had this automatic image recognition. So it would look at all the plates and it would take many images and then come up with a report at the end of each day. Anyhow, I'll try to find out where it is. It was one of the programs from last year, and it was really impressive what they were doing. Sounds like something similar to what you're doing.
Well, again, this is a well-established research program. The whole idea is to track meteorites back to their actual source, you know, and they've identified probably 30 or 35 or thereabouts new quote unquote meteor showers just from doing this over the last couple of years. And
Wow.
one of the fellows who's a really advanced amateur in the Houston club that I belong to, he's actually the coordinator for Texas, and he twisted my arm to get me involved in this. And so I'm really kind of intrigued with it. I'm looking forward to getting it going well.
That's really interesting. Yes, and then the way there are algorithms that you would use for triangulating where they're coming from the source. That's really neat.
Exactly. So at some point, if I get anything, even if I don't, you know, they have a website that updates pretty much daily to show the results that they got from, you know, it's about a couple of days behind. But if I get any results, I'll share them at some point. So it's well done.
That's good. You won't have any unidentified objects.
What your most important observation was in the last year? That was a good question that Scotty asked earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Karim, how about you? What was your most important observation in the last year?
My most important observation of the last year was probably figuring out why my students weren't getting a transit curve when they were trying to process their data. No,
Always a teacher, Karim.
it was actually Mars opposition. It was finally getting the camera to work in my driveway and getting that short little video of the planet with a little bit of the actual RSLs visible, to be able to take that and show that to students, to public, to kids, you name it. I think it was definitely that.
Hi, Karim. Nice to meet you
Hey,
again.
Cameron. Good seeing you.
Sorry I missed it last week, but that was a really good program. It was good to see you again. Are you're going to be regular now?
I'm going to try.
Awesome.
I've been having more success with the global star parties than I have with Astro Radio in the UK, because their timing is exactly when I go pick up my daughter. And so school ends, their program starts, and I'm in the car. So
picking up your daughter is far more important.
Yes, yes. Well,
she's still healing from her broken foot, so I'm not even going to try to change or find other rides or anything. It's me, and it's only me right now.
No, that's more important than anything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She doing better now?
Yeah, she is. She's hopefully putting weight on it in about a week, and so she cannot wait to try to walk.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's good. Good recovery.
Her arms are so sore from the crutches.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to have you, Karim. Awesome.
How are you doing, Cameron?
Doing good, doing good. We have clear skies here in Seattle. Oh my gosh. I mean, this is a special evening. So
I can pass you some rain and clouds. I'm happy to.
Yeah. No, we had our share. Don't worry, Karim, as you know. And so now it's time. So I'm looking forward to continuing my deep sky survey.
Did Deepti answer her favorite?
Did
Deepti answer her most important observation of the year?
It was of the conjunction, great conjunction.
That was fun. That was such a great night.
Yeah.
It's so
And day.
unbelievable to see them both in the same eyepiece field, you know.
Did anybody get to see Venus and Mercury this week?
I got to see
Venus.
Venus, but Mercury was hidden by clouds. So
I managed to
Mercury's
make them
very
out with my
lucid.
binoculars, but I couldn't set up anything to capture.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried to capture Mercury a few times, and I tried this week, but it hits my trees too fast.
Yep.
I fail every time trying to rush to capture it. But
I have this one
Maybe go
fantastic
someplace
picture
else.
where I have an arrow pointing at what could just be a bad pixel. And I say, there's Mercury.
Yeah.
Trust me.
What I was amazed when I was watching the conjunction last year was you could actually visually resolve them, even though they were in the same high-powered eyepiece view. You could still visually distinguish both of them as close as they were. That was fascinating to me, you know, because there was all this talk about, oh yeah, it looked like one star, but no, it was very, very clearly two separate, and you can see the movement day to day as Saturn was falling behind compared to Jupiter. So that was neat.
It changed quickly.
Yeah, it changed really quickly. Yeah.
I was showing my students a graphic of the conjunction as they come closer and closer together. At the very last day, I clicked to show them that clouds will definitely show up that day. So we're going to rely on the GSP to show us.
Yeah, we had clouds on the actual closest approach here in Seattle, but it was just enough clearing the following night. So it was like, great. So I could see the tail end.
We had about a 1 hour break in the clouds for us, just at the right time.
Yeah, that's all it takes. Yeah, that's all that matters.
I'm just mesmerized by the landscape behind dawn. That's just gorgeous.
Thank you. It's actually from Arches National Park.
And Terry
that's
has
nice.
one too. I just have boring I've got cool models. I used to have a library, but then I started joining Zooms with David, and no library compares to that. So
Yeah, it looks nice and established.
I usually have the sun behind me. Let me see if I can find it. There.
oh, nice.
Oh yeah,
There's the sun.
awesome.
You should change your name
like
to
it.
Icarus.
I like it.
Oh, that's a nice view. Orion, Bernard's
Yeah.
Loop. Yeah. What's interesting is when you look away, you know, looking at Orion and arm away from the center of the galaxy, there's a lot of large filaments of nebulosity in the Orion area. But when you look the other way, you see a lot more dark nebula, right? When you look towards the center of the galaxy, towards Lagoon Nebula, there's obviously some very distinct ones between Lagoon, you know, the Swan Nebula, etc. And the Pillars of Creation. There's some very nice ones, but there isn't that continuous lit nebulosity or ionized, if you will, right? It looks very concentrated, and then of course very naughty, and lots of dark nebulosity too. So it's interesting to see the different profile, I guess you could say.
This one's for David.
Oh, look at that AR.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific, and this is the Explorer Alliance's 48th Global Star Party. So I'm here joined by astronomers from around the globe, and it's an exciting time. I am, always happy to do Global Star Party. Because the audience reaction is so good. We are doing something I feel is really important, and that is reaching out to a worldwide audience. And, someone was asking me why I do this every week. And I just personally believe that, since it's something that we are able to do, especially since, we're still in this pandemic, that it's something that we should do. We should gather as much of our friends together and the people that are in our community together, because they learn from each other, and amateur astronomers are probably the most giving and revealing educators that there are, I think, because they want everybody to start to understand that we live in this never-ending cosmos that's interrelated, and all the aspects of philosophy and science and everything is born out of astronomy. So it's cool. It's not like we've come to a level where we already know, as much as we're going to know. I think where we're at right now, and I think that every researcher, scientist, genius that's out there, they're going to tell you that we have barely chipped the tip of the iceberg. So, we are, as Dave Eicher likes to say, we are in the golden age of astronomy, and it's fantastic what you can read every day in the news, on individual science websites and their outreach information and all the rest of it. And it's just sometimes I just have to just stop and rest for a second just to kind of absorb it all, because it is an amazing time that we live in. So we have let me switch here on my gallery view here. We've got to my right is Deepti Gautam from Nepal. She's been on our program many times. She's involved with Astronomy Club in her high school, and also with the Adult Astronomy Club there in Nepal, which is fantastic. I think they've really embraced her, and I know she'll go far. Cameron Gillis in the upper right-hand corner there. He is from Seattle, Washington, and tonight he says he's got clear skies, so that's awesome. David Levy, my dear friend, longtime pal, and a mentor and an inspiration to me, as he is to so many hundreds of thousands of other amateur astronomers and professional astronomers worldwide. So it's great to have him on. He starts off every Global Star Party with some amazing poetry. Don Selle is here with us. Don is one of the major coordinators of the Texas Star Party. He's an astrophotographer. He's probably done so much more that I don't know about, but Don Selle's here, and he's going to tell us more about TSP that's coming up this year. Terry Mann. Terry Mann is someone I've known for years. She is a driving force in amateur astronomy. She's aside from being an astronomer, she is an amazing photographer. The images that she brings to some of our shows of aurora that she's done are amazing. And Terry is an amazing person on many levels. She's someone, when I try to think of strength, resolve, and bravery, I think of Terry Mann. I do. Jason Guenzel, known as the Vast Reaches. Jason breaks down the boundaries all the time of what an astronomical image can be. Every time he comes out with a new result, I'm just, I have to take my jaw and lift it up, because it's just amazing the detail that he can pull out of his images. And he does this often with very modest equipment, and so it is, it's the skill and the ability and the perseverance that someone puts forth that can really take you to those to those heights. There's no limit, it seems. Karim Jaffer is the outreach, not just the coordinator. You're head of all outreach for the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal Center. And there's a connection here between David and Karim in that they are both involved in the RASC Montreal Center. And David is the honorary president of that organization. So that's great. So, David, I'm going to turn this over to you and to let you do what you do so well.
Thank you so much, Scotty. And welcome to the 48th Global Star Party, which means that just 2 more star parties from now, we will have our 50th. And I'm sure that Scotty is going to have a special program set up for that he will let us know in due course. On last Sunday, David Rossiter and I were going out observing from his, we drove all the way out to our local club's dark site. Belongs to the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association, and it is called the Chiricahua Astronomy Complex. It is one of the darkest skies in the entire world. You look outside and M31, you don't just see it, you walk in between the planets orbiting the stars that circle the center of that galaxy. M81 and M82, you witness the supernovas. You don't need a telescope to discover Pluto from a sky that dark, nor do you need a telescope to really almost do anything. But anyway, that's where we were that night, and I was with this very telescope. I set it up and I started to do my comet hunting. During the night, I found the most interesting thing that I can ever find while comet hunting, short of it being a new comet. And that was a line of 7 satellites all moving together. And I'm looking at this thing, and first I thought the telescope was moving, but then I noticed that it's these 7 stars that were moving, and I moved along and there were more. It turned out as I moved the telescope along this line, it turned out there were well over 30 objects in this row. And David, who was one of the smartest people I know, told me that the day before our observing session, they had launched a brand new Starlink satellite thing. And there's a lot of controversy about how Starlink's going to hurt our sky, but there's no controversy that when you see the 30 satellites all together, all in a row, before they each go off into their own orbits, it's a sight to see. And it really was something. Tonight, my poem is going to be my own interpretation of Cynthia Martin's thing, whenever I am tempted, whenever clouds arise, when songs give place to sighing, when hope within me dies. I draw closer to the sky, from care it sets me free. My eye is on the sky, and I know it watches me. My eye is on the sky, and I know it watches me. Back to you, Scotty. Thank
Very
you.
wonderful. Wonderful, David. Wonderful poem. Who knew that there were so many poems that would be dedicated somehow, to various aspects of stargazing or astronomy? That connection that people have tried to express is something I fumble with a lot when I try to tell someone, the feeling that I get when I'm out under the stars. And I try to describe it all the time when I'm on these programs. But after a while, there's no words, there's no words. So
Thanks, Scotty. There's actually, I have several hundred in this magic book of mine. I try to make them different, but I have used the same one several times, including tonight's. There is one poem that I had to take out of the book for personal reasons, but all the others, once they're in, they stay there.
very good. Well, Up next is Terry Mann. Terry Mann is two-time former president of the Astronomical League. I think she's held down other posts with the Astronomical League as well. Currently, she's secretary of the league itself, and she is instrumental in putting together many programs. One of the Astronomical League conventions that I just can't scrub out of my head because it was so amazing, was one that she put together at Bryce Canyon. And I think she did an incredible job. And anyone that was there at that time, I'm sure still talks about it. It was incredibly dark skies, amazing speakers. The vibe and the energy that was there for that particular event was something that still touches my my heart and my mind. And so, Terry, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Scott. And let me say, I had a co-chair. There were two of us chairing at Bryce Canyon, and we had a great time. As a matter of fact, we are hoping to go back to Bryce Canyon in the next 2 to 3 years. So we're taking a look at that right now. I am going to share my screen. And I'm going to start off with probably what you might have seen last week with Chuck, because I'm going to share two different things with you. If I can get my PowerPoint going. Try that again. There we go. Okay, last week, I think Chuck probably spoke with you about some of the speakers at Alcon Virtual that we have coming up in August. And we do. We've got amazing speakers. Jocelyn Bell Burnell, David Eicher will be there, not to mention, too, also David Levy and Dr. Caitlin Ahrens and Dr. Richard Gott. And we have a youth speaker named Connell Richards. And they're all going to be amazing. But what I'd really like to share with you is I'm going to stop this screen share, and I want to go to the live website. Let me get back here, because there's some important things, I think, from the website that would be good just to go over so you know. And let's see, that didn't work. Let me try this again. Okay, let's stop that. Sorry. Okay, it looks like I'm having a problem getting to where I want to go to share the live website. So what I'm going to
You want me to try it for you?
Yeah, if you can try it for me. Do I need to stop sharing here? Or
You have stopped sharing.
Okay. Yeah, if you can get to the Alcon Virtual.
Okay. And that URL is?
alconvirtual.org.
Okay. There we are. And let me share that screen.
Okay. Do me a favor. And you can see how easy it is to register. We've had some questions here, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to share this. Registration is right here, and it is very simple to register. The only reason we are asking people to register is to win the door prizes. Yeah, you hit.
You're going to want to do that.
Yes, and that is one of the things I wanted to show you tonight. Scott, can you go back to sponsors? You'll see there's a drop down. There is door prizes. Hit the door prize.
All right.
I would like to thank all of the clubs that have came forward and donated prizes.
Oh, wow.
And all of the individuals that also have. You can go here at any time and check these door prizes. You need to sign up. It's very important. Between the speakers, the door prizes, the different tours, we'll be touring virtually the VLA. And we will also be talking about Alcon 2022, which we really hope we will be back in Albuquerque in person for that next year. And right now, I can tell you, we still have 5 to 6 more door prizes ready to come onto the website at this time. But if you would, Scott, go back up to the top. That is how you get to the door prizes. And you'll notice door prize sponsor frequently asked questions. A lot of the people that were donating had questions about how this would work. If you want to just read it or have any interest in donating a door prize, right there's probably all the questions that you will need answered. So everything is right there, but everything is coming together so well. You can go ahead and go off the website, and I'll go back to my presentation.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say we have a lot going on. And one of the things I wanted to mention, Saturday night, as Scott knows, we're going to have a global star party after our keynote speaker on Saturday night, which if I'm going to make a guess, I would say it will be about 11 o'clock Eastern time on the global star party then. And so anybody that is interested, as Scott said, I'm secretary of the league, and you'll see my email address here very soon about how to contact me with answers and this. And just in the subject line, if you are interested in doing the door prizes or doing the Global Star Party, please put GSP in the subject line, and I will contact you when it gets closer. And as I said, I'll go back to this. We will be talking about the 2022 Alcon that will be held in Albuquerque. Right now, it will be July 28th through the 30th. And, you know, we will keep up on that and get things set up as it goes along. That the hosts that are doing this are doing a great job keeping up with all the health issues. So we will be working on that. The one thing you didn't see on there yet, because we haven't had time to do this yet, Saturday night, our grand prize will be an Explore Scientific First Light 127, a 5-inch Maxinoff Cassegrain with a Twilight 1 mount. And that has been donated by Explore Scientific, which we greatly appreciate that. Again, that will be our grand door prize on Saturday night after. It'll be during our last session. Our schedule will go on in a little while. We want to nail down everything as much as we can. But like most of us, many of our speakers are saying, okay, you know, we're still kind of iffy in this area. We might need to adjust the schedule a little bit. The same people will still be talking, but we're working on fine tuning the times. So that's one thing we are looking at before we schedule that. And so I'm going to start with the questions. As always, we start with don't look at the sun without the filter, not even without your cap for your finder scope. Anything you need to do, just do not look at the sun with your eyes without any optical
protection.
And without any optical blah. It's been a long day.
It happened to me too, Terry.
You know, I've seen so many clouds, I'm not sure what the sun looks like anymore.
That's right.
Just overlook it. Here are my answers, or the answers from the Global Star Party 47 on May 25th. The first question was, what is the name of the tallest mountain on Mars? And the answer is Olympus Mons, or Mount Olympus. It's a volcano the size of France and over 72,000 feet tall.
Wow.
Next question. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Size of France. That puts it into perspective right there.
Yeah, that's one of those things, size and distance, you can actually relate to something. The second question, what is the name of the constellation, sometimes known as the Northern Cross? And that is Cygnus the Swan. Third question is, in 1949, the 200-inch telescope became the largest telescope in the world, a title it held for 27 years. Where is it? Well, that would be the Hale telescope located at Mount Palomar Observatory in Southern California. And you see the little note, make sure if you're in the area, you call it Palomar Mountain or you will be corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these are the people that answered all those questions correctly that will be added to our list. And I would like to announce it's going to make it easier for us if we start giving the winner's name at the first of the month rather than carrying over names. So starting in July, on July, the first star party in July, we will be announcing the winners. And now for the questions for tonight. On what day of the week is the next total solar eclipse over the USA? What constellation will you find this object? That's one of my favorite objects. I really like that. And the last question is, name the 3 bright stars that make the summer triangle. And I would like to say we will be back on June 11th, Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our featured speaker will be Hallie Wall, and she will be talking about a journey through the exotic world of pulsars. So please join us then if you can.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. So let's look at their schedule here. We've got Jason Guenzel, the Vast Reaches. He's up next, and he's got some new images that he wanted to share with us.
Yeah, I'll just take you on a brief tour. Thanks again for having me, Scott.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, so well, if you know a bit about me, I just like shooting all kinds of aspects of astrophotography. So I do landscapes too, and I never really show those. So I went out this past weekend and I shot a few, although one I'm going to show was even older than that. But I just thought I'd step through some of those and then some other things I've done this week. Everybody likes space pictures, right? I'm going to share my screen on this this computer here. Let me know when you can see it.
We can see it.
All right. Yeah, so this was just gonna kind of be a slideshow. If anybody's got any questions, please stop and you know, we can talk about these individual pictures. But I just thought I'd explain a little bit about what we're seeing here. And this one may be the most self-explanatory one. This is obviously the Big Dipper. This was taken last September from a location in northern Michigan. If you don't know much about the geography between the 2 peninsulas of the state of Michigan, there's an island called Mackinac Island, and it's a big tourist destination, but it's got decent skies and you know, a lot of scenery elements, and I tend to go up there and shoot landscapes quite a bit. So this was taken from the shoreline of the island. So the body of water you're looking out over is Lake Huron. And this is the Big Dipper as seen through some smoke haze. So back, if you remember, late last summer, there's a lot of wildfires in the western United States, and the smoke from those fires pretty much blew over the entire eastern half of the United States. And it actually offered some pretty dramatic effects to these type of images, because the smoke haze actually almost obscured the distant horizon, and the haze or the particulate matter in the atmosphere also diffused the sky, and you get the larger glow around the stars, which adds a nice look to constellation shots. So obviously, well, I guess the Big Dipper is technically an asterism, but part of Ursa Major. But I thought this is a pretty nice look at it. Again, you've got this interesting color from the smoke on the horizon, and then some of the glow from the nearby city off in the distance. But the long exposures here, 6 minutes for the sky and the ground. The sky was obviously tracked to keep the skies crisp, but I'll try to go full screen here.
It's beautiful. So it's also really great composition, you know.
Yeah, so you get the nice reflection off the water. You also can see the stones below the water surface. I thought that was kind of a cool one.
Yep.
Then actually, this was just on Saturday. I went up there and saw a sight I've never really seen, and that is the most air glow I've ever seen in the sky. And if you don't know anything about air glow, it can be pretty intense. And
wow,
it's kind of what this image shows. So this is obviously looking out towards the Milky Way from a high vantage point on the island, looking out over Lake Huron. some antennas and distant lights out in the distance. But in the sky, initially looking at the camera, you might think of, wow, this is like overly saturated or something's off with the color, but that's actually called air glow. So in the high atmosphere, some of the highest atmospheric visual effects you can get is called air glow. It's where the certain elements like oxygen and nitrogen that are ionized during the daytime recombine at night and give off a luminescence, and it's almost a glow, or I would say phosphorescence, but I don't think that's the right word, but it's almost like a neon sign glow.
Fluorescing, yeah.
And yeah, thank you for that. But the interesting thing about this image is that glow is then reflected in the lake, and you can see features of the Milky Way. You can see individual stars reflected in the lake, and also the tones of the air glow above. So I went up there to shoot the Milky Way, but I got way more than I bargained for. Still kind of working on this image, but I thought it was cool. And then as I was shooting this, I noticed a growing glow on the horizon, and this was taken, I think, just after midnight. This spot here continued to get brighter and brighter, and I realized that the moon was coming up over the horizon. So I took my camera and swapped the lens out to a long focal length lens and shot this image of the moon coming up over the lake. This is in the HDR composite, where I took separate exposures to get the sky background and the reflection and the moon, and combine those all in post-processing. You get a nice look at the moon here coming up over the horizon. Actually somewhat distorted by the refraction. It's actually flattened. I don't know if you can see the effect, but almost looks like a sunrise, but this is the middle of the night.
Those rings around the sun are really cool. Oh, it's the moon, right?
The moon, yeah.
Yeah, incredible.
Okay, and then switching gears here from the moon to the sun. This past month, I shot an active region on the sun, an extreme close-up of it. Here, this was labeled active region 2822, which is just a zone where the magnetic field of the sun becomes very tangled up, and you get these lighter regions and darker sunspots, and then the darker strands here are hydrogen filaments that you can see with a specific
incredibly
filter looking
detailed
at the chromosphere of the sun.
Incredible detail.
Yeah, it keeps kind of going as you zoom in, but
right.
The telescope works, I would say.
The astronomer works, I would say.
It's a combination.
Thank you.
But I tend to stare at these things long enough where I think my brain kind of goes crazy, and I start seeing things in these design, the features. So what I did with this one, and this was just a for fun thing, but I took this image, split it down the middle, and mirrored it, and take you on
that's what you were seeing. Yeah.
A psychedelic trip here.
Wow, that is totally cool. Looks like a lion.
People see all sorts of things.
Lion with a butterfly on its head,
Yeah, see, I saw it right away. I saw a rabbit with the ears. Some people see a dragon. Some people see Michael Jackson.
Yeah. A kangaroo.
Yeah, some people see Michael Jackson right here.
A bat.
A wizard with his outstretched arms.
Yeah, very interesting.
So last week I got, again, the planetary scope out for the first time this year, getting ready for, the big planets coming around. This is a shot of Saturn through a 12-inch Newtonian.
Beautiful shot.
Nice.
And I'm often asked, I love imaging these things because after you take a stream of video and you can stack those images and then apply sharpening and everything. But I always get the question, like, what does it actually look like when you're looking through a telescope? I thought I'd share that. if the video plays nicely. So this is kind of played back real time. So you get is it playing smoothly?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you get an idea of what actually we deal with here with the atmosphere, you know, the undulations caused by viewing through such a large air column. You get the movement of the planet and, you know, the fluttering. This type of seeing is actually some of the better type for planetary imaging because you don't have the really high frequency flutter, which I think is technically termed scintillation. This is more of a kind of looking at a rock through the bottom of a running stream. You get kind of slower undulations, and you tend to be able to pull some detail out of those images afterwards. So let's just kind of look at what a planet looks like live through a telescope like mine, which is a 12-inch Newtonian. And after you stack, I think I took 30,000 individual images and stacked the best 25% of those. So you get what you see there on the left for luminance. This was taken through a near infrared filter, and I shoot also through red, green, and blue to get the natural color.
Incredible.
And then one more I have on here, which is actually the only deep sky image I have for today. This is the Jellyfish Nebula through narrow band filters. The interesting thing about this image, and I was looking for things to shoot with this telescope. It's called the TPO Ultra Wide, which is sold by OPT. It's a 40 millimeter aperture APO refractor telescope, and it's only 180 millimeter focal length, so you get a really wide field of view. So I was poking around trying to find things to shoot with this, and looking in my planetarium program, I noticed that the planet Mars was passing through the field of view, and this orange dot over here is actually the planet Mars, shot as this nebula was setting. I shot it fully in narrow band, which is a filter that just looks at the emission lines of oxygen and hydrogen and some other emission lines also. But I was pleasantly surprised to see that Mars did come out orange in the final image. And I shot this entirely within the span of 1 hour as it set into the tree line.
Wow.
And you can see over the course of that hour, Mars traced a small line as it moved through the field. It's a kind of an oval here. And I sent this image off, and it was featured as an APOD a couple of weeks ago. So that's quite an honor. And I've noticed that they seem to key in or enjoy images that are kind of topical of recent events that happened. So kind of right place at right time, I think, with this one. But it's not the best view of the Jellyfish Nebula because it was shot just within an hour. But I feel like I was able to pull out quite a bit here, and then addition to the planet Mars was interesting. What I wanted to show here is this here is an individual sub-exposure, and I shot 19 sub-exposures during the night. You can see the date here, the 30th of April, and they're time stamped here over the course of 2141 to 2248, so just over an hour of elapsed time. And I can play those back, and you can actually see now the planet moving through the field of view. They're coming through.
The audience is loving your images, Jason.
They're good.
Me too. They're incredible.
They're awesome. They're really incredible. Definitely.
Yeah, so let me see if I can zoom in on this. I don't know. I have YouTube open on my other screen here, and it's not playing smoothly, so hopefully it comes through for people. So never mind the hot pixels dancing around, but that gives you an idea how fast the planet moves through the field of view of one of these objects. Pretty interesting.
Excellent.
So that's all I had to share. Any questions or anything?
No, I think that you kind of blew them all the way there, Jason. Pekka underlines kind of how we all feel, that totally mind-blowing images, so thank you for sharing that with us.
I appreciate it. I mean, I just like getting out there and doing it. And I tend to mix it up a lot, shooting different kinds of objects, the sun, the planets, and the landscape stuff. It keeps it fresh, and feel like I'm always learning stuff. It's I've got a lot to go with the landscape stuff. That's kind of fresh for me, so I enjoy doing it and learning the techniques and stuff like that. It's hard for me to get access to dark skies with scenic elements, so I try to take advantage when I can do that.
Jason, I have known several, really excellent astrophotographers in the past. A lot of them get to like this burnout stage, where they have been so intense on pushing the edge for so long that they have to back off. And how do you do what you do? And do you try to strike a balance in what you're doing with other aspects of your life, or?
Yeah, well, first of all, I can say with perfect clarity that I've been there. With the burnout thing, it just happens. It's a demanding hobby, and it's hard to sit there when you've got all this equipment to see a clear sky and not set up, and then you're in it for the whole night, and not only that, but once you get the images in hand, then comes the processing part of it. And there's no doubt that I've fallen way behind with putting images together, the images that I've captured. For some of this stuff, I try to be fresh, like this shot of Mars. I try to process it right away because it's something that just happened. Yeah. So with a deep sky object, it's easy to say, well, I don't need to do that right now. It's not like it's going to change. I'll come back to it at some point. But the biggest thing I do to defend against that burnout is just to change it up, try to shoot something else or a different style. That's why I enjoy going out and shooting planetary.
Right.
I haven't been able to do that since the conjunction, but even before that, it was not since the Mars opposition. So I definitely will try to mix it up. That's why I do the landscape stuff. That's why I'll do the sun stuff, and sometimes I'll put the deep sky or nebula and galaxies, that type of stuff on the back burner. But I'm super guilty of putting it on the furthest burner that I can possibly reach, because I'm now tens of images behind where I've captured all the data. I just haven't gotten to process it yet.
Yeah, I think as long as your data is archived and organized, I think that's probably the most important thing. And as it moves you to go and process one of those images to the level that you do it, I think that's fine. There shouldn't be any guilt there at all. At one point or another, some observatory or some sky survey or something may want to get images from all the astrophotographers of this certain region taken at this certain time, and in that way, we can learn more about the sky itself. And so I would just say, there's the joy of collecting data and archiving it, and certainly, the joy of watching it develop. I'm an old film and paper astrophotographer. So, and seeing images come up was always a blast, so, but, image processing digitally pulls out so much more. It's so much more control, and you're always working, you can share your file, and they're working effectively with a an original, at that point. So, I think it's amazing the tools, technology, and skills that have been learned over these years. And, I think that, you're leading, certainly in the leading pack of great astrophotographers out there today, Jason.
Well, thank you. But yeah, I mean, everybody's into it for their own purposes too. That people enjoy different aspects of the hobby. Like you said, some people just like going out there, setting up, capturing the images, seeing the thing pop up on the camera or on the computer, and that's kind of enough. Some people just like the processing side. Some people will download professional data and process that, never own a piece of equipment. Some people like the visual experience. Everybody's into it for their own reasons. And I personally strike a balance where I enjoy both, the processing side of it and the capturing side of it. But yeah, definitely. And it's like anything, you do too much of one aspect and you start to, you get, I wouldn't say bored with it, but it's just like, it gets to be a grind.
You need diversion, and that's what stimulates your thought process too. When you get away from something for a while and you're working on something else, well, the brain doesn't stop doing its thing, right? So, you can come back. It's like taking a vacation away from work, and after that vacation, you go, okay, this is what we can do that will, help us achieve, a better work environment or, certain goals that the company's trying to achieve that you work for, So,
what really gets me are the dynamic targets, like the sun, where things can change in an instant. And if you see an active day on the sun, it's like it's very hard. It's like a dog who sees a squirrel. It's very hard not to run and try to get that.
Sure.
But yeah, you can do that 50 times and not get that one moment of a
that's true
or something. But
that's true.
So there's a bit of luck there too, and I equate it to fishing a lot of that. It's like you can go out there and some people will fish for hours, not catch anything, but still have fun.
They get skunked. Yeah. I've been skunked many times going fishing, but there's always those fishing stories where you caught, 8 trout or 10 trout or whatever, or this really large fish, so I totally get it. I also equate the processing side of it to music as well, with all the tonal range and all the rest of it. A great image will sing to you. It's really, and you just feel it, So yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for coming back on.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Sorry. If you want to see my work, I should probably say this because not everybody knows where to see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I share it mostly on social media, and my handle on all the major ones is The Vast Reaches, all one word. And you can go see it there if you want. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, or wherever you want to go.
Right. Yep. And I just posted that up there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Yep. Bye.
Okay. We were going to take a 10-minute break, but I'm going to go ahead and move on to Deepti. She's been patiently waiting in her home in Nepal. And Deepti, are you ready to give your presentation?
Yeah.
There she is. Okay, great.
And thank you, Scott. And today I'm going to talk about all over the universe. And first of all, I would like to start with the universe is all of space and time and their contents, including the planet, star, galaxy, and all other form of matter energy. And talking about the moon, talking about the universe, what's the main content is, and the main content of the universe are ordinary matter, that is about 4.9% in whole, and dark matter is 26.8, and dark energy is 68.3. And talking about like the earliest cosmological model of the universe were developed by ancient Greek and Indian philosophers and were geocentric and placing Earth at the center. They believe that the Earth is at the center and all other heavenly body moves around it. And here is one theorem, that is BGV's theorem, that demonstrates the classical space-time under a single and extremely general states cannot be prolonged to past infinity, but must arrive at the border at some moment in the limited past. Now, either there was something on an other edge of the border or not. And here's the one question: what is bigger than universe? And so
Nothing.
the multiverse is bigger than universe. A multiverse is defined as an infinite realm of being, a potential being of which the universe is regarded as a part of instance. And talking about this evidence of expansion of the universe, that evidence for the expansion of the universe has been estimating for some 60 years, and the most important clue is the redshift. And a galaxy emit or absorb some wavelength of light more strongly than others. If the galaxy is moving away from us, this emission of and absorption features are shifted to longer wavelength, and that is they become redder as the resistance velocity increase. And we have that Hubbell's law has great significance, not only because it describes the expansion of the universe, but also because it can use to calculate the age of the cosmos. And to be precise, the time elapsed since the Big Bang is a function of the present value of Hubbell's constant and its rate of change. And astronomers have determined the approximately rate of expansion, but no one has yet been able to measure the second value precisely. And I have one poem about the universe. Okay. Welcome to this infinite place where mortals found a playground of grace. Among the darkness lay pink pricks of light, fighting the shadow in a galactical flight. Black holes gone out, storm of star, forging solar system for life to make art. Through the pink nebula and stardust past, being a wait for all the question to be asked. The universe gives out and then take back, creating a balance that awaits your soul to depart. Dancing meteoroids show you the face of what used to be the home for a different race. Planetary system collide in the beginning, but stabilize with the white sun sipping. The elements are finally done. Now gravity offers the rule for fun. As a planet align and create a taste that form part of the Milky Way. Life starts from the beginning as alien from different star system come to watch and keep an eye on the distant little rocks. Sometimes they say hello while helping life evolve really slow. If you look back in history, other mind try to tell you so. Look up in the dark night, let the universe fall inside your mind. See beyond the boundaries of the life. Seek a journey that will make you hold on tight. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, that was great, Deepti. Thank you. Thank
That was
you.
wonderful.
I love
Thank
it. I love it. Deepti, thank you so much for coming on and waking up so early. What time is it in Nepal now?
7:40 a.m.
7:40. Okay. Yeah, I would be having my second cup of coffee about now.
Yeah, I have something to show.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the 3D solar system, and we can just speed, so we can see the speed of the sun that is moving around, and Mercury that is 503 kilometer per hour, and Venus 126 and 074 kilometer per hour orbit velocity, and Earth 107 by 218 kilometer per hours, And similarly, like Mars, it's 6,677, and Jupiter here is 47,002 kilometers per hour, and Saturn, similar Saturn, 34,701, and Uranus and Neptune. And similarly, over the size, what is the size? And this is this size of the sun, that's equal to circumference. And similarly, like Mercury, Venus, Earth, here is, and Mars 21 by 296 kilometers, and Jupiter is similar like Jupiter and Saturn 3,655 and 882 kilometers per hour, and Uranus and Neptune. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was a nice tour through the solar system there. A really wonderful poem there, Deepti. I think that was a great icing on the cake for this global star party. Thank you so much. I look forward to the next one now. And
Yes,
maybe we can post your poetry up on your ambassador page on Explore Alliance. It's great. Thank you.
you.
Well, I thought that we would be going to a 10-minute break, but we are kind of moving ahead nicely. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Karim Jaffer. Karim is, as I mentioned before, I always forget the exact title. They have some nice titles at the RSC, but let's just say this: he is a professor at I forget which university he's at, but maybe it says so right there.
Abbott College.
There we go. So Abbott College, and he's a great lecturer. He's already been on Global Star Party a couple of times now, and he's just inspiring in the way that he talks, so I think his students are very lucky to have the experience of Karim Jaffer. And so thank you very much for coming back on. And I think this is going to be a cool presentation. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Scott. My pleasure. I'm really happy to be part of the 48th Global Star Party. And as David said, we're looking forward to 50 coming up soon. But for tonight, I'm going to come at this the other way. You talked about how my students might be lucky to have me. I'm a little bit of a mixed bag on that, but I feel lucky to have my students. So I want to talk about my personal connection to astronomy, the theme for tonight. But when I saw your idea of personal discovery, I realized that most of the reason or the way I approach the night sky is with my students in mind. So what I want to do tonight is I want to kind of tell you how I got there and then talk to you a little bit about where my students play a role in how I approach my journey in astronomy, my night sky. And I couldn't find a better picture than this one, because this was a shad camp that was held at our campus a couple of summers ago. And what you see is not just the shad campers, but an equal mix of John Abbott students, John Abbott alumni, and RASC amateur astronomy members, all together sharing the night sky and sharing what they enjoy in their personal discovery, personal connection with the night sky. And so I have a quote here from one of our Jack alumni who didn't actually take my astronomy class, but was in another course with me, knew about everything that we were doing in astronomy, and became so active that she was actually our RASC Montreal Center president last year. And she talks about this, and when at the earlier part of tonight, Scott talked about that moment, that almost spiritual moment under the night sky. She captures it. I love the way my heartbeat slows and my pupils expand as I stare up at the night sky. The night sky makes me feel alive. It makes me feel human. It makes me feel real. Now, she goes out of her way to point this out. She will never formally study physics. She's a biologist or actually dietetics at this point. But her interest is in the living role and in the human body and the effects on the human body. Astronomy is how she connects to nature. And what I try to do with my approach and what my students allow me to do is to really move beyond just the science and the formal part of astronomy, but incorporate that into what it is you're actually seeing. So to get there, I wanted to tell you a little bit about kind of my origin story, what brought me into astronomy the way I did. And a lot of us talk about being really interested in astronomy as kids, and I was. And I mean, most of us were at some point in kids curious about space, curious about the solar system. Jupiter was my favorite planet, as David and I have talked about many, many times. I remember in grade 4, I wrote this report on Jupiter, the star that never was, based on this newspaper article I read about studies of these things called brown dwarfs, which at the time I was not really understanding, but I was trying to get my head around. And my teacher was not at all able to read my paper or understand it. So she went to the local college 2 towns over, because this was southern Pennsylvania, this was Amish country. So she went to Franklin and Marshall College in Lancaster to find a teacher who could look and tell her whether I made stuff up. That's what she told me, was she wanted to see if I faked stuff. But I now, as a teacher, look back and I remember that afterwards there were surprisingly more astronomy books in our section. There were surprisingly more creative writing assignments on space and on exploration. So I think she was actually trying to find out how to nurture this. And I think that because a couple of years later, I decided to hold the very first event I would ever hold. And it actually turned me away from astronomy and space because it was the Challenger launch. And I brought the entire school together in an auditorium to watch space exploration history with a teacher going up into space. And I still get choked up talking about this because it was traumatic. It was devastating. So I stopped. And I stopped my journey into astronomy, but I kept my journey in science. And so years later in school, I got another opportunity because I was doing a degree in physics and mathematics, and I got to work with a teacher who was at the cutting edge of gravitational waves before LIGO came around, while LIGO was being developed. And we were working on what the gravitational waveforms would look like. And I was fascinated, and I thought, here's my way to get back into space, to get back into astronomy. This is where my connection will come from. And the tasks I was given were along the lines of the electronic instrumentation, what the shot noise would be like, how strong the signal would be. And it had nothing to do with the actual physics of the gravitational waves, but what the waveform detection would be like. And that didn't capture my interest or my connection the way I thought it would. And so for various reasons, I moved away from there. And now you have to fast forward 20 years later, where I'm teaching physics at John Abbott College here in Montreal. And it's the summer of 2016. We have 2 teachers that are retiring. They are the 2 that teach astronomy and astrophysics. And the astrophysics professor and I have been talking all term, and I'm ready to take over astrophysics. And I realized that there's nobody there to take over the astronomy course, which means that there's no more astronomy being taught in the curriculum. And I didn't feel like that would be right, that that would be fair to the students. And I felt that astronomy was needed. And so I talked to my kids, as I mentioned in a previous couple of GSPs. And as a family, we decided to move forward and bring astronomy back to John Abbott, which has led to this kind of blossoming of interest on campus and in the community in really engaging the youth and bringing them in to astronomy. Now, none of this would have happened if I didn't have the students that I've had. I've had amazing students. We've seen actually Emily and Virginia were both at our GSP 47 during the International Astronomy Day. No, 45, sorry. It's been a long day. And with these students and with their support, we've really kind of delved into what astronomy can become and how important the night sky can be to not just one course, but to an entire campus, to an entire group of individuals who are open to learning and open to really exploring. And one of the students, Julian, who's actually in our audience today, he and Sabrina both came with me to Toronto a couple of years ago for the RASC General Assembly. And Julian and his group had been our first group to dive into spectroscopy. And we had gotten a spectra filter from our R&D exec, David Schumann, and we got it from RSpec. And they became so engrossed with this project that Julian was even on first name basis with the founder of RSpec, Tom Field. And they would actually email back and forth whenever the kids would either run into an issue or find something that they wanted to talk about. So Julian gave a talk at the GA. And when he started to speak about outreach, he spoke about not hiding the science from the public, because I hadn't hidden the science from them when they went under the night sky, and he felt that it enriched what he saw, what he understood, how he connected to the night sky, to the stars, to the planets, to the moon. The idea that the science should be hand in hand with the observation brought actually a standing ovation for Julian at that event. Now, bringing a bunch of young introductory level students into an amateur astronomy organization was not a smooth transition, but we were really lucky because a lot of the executives were really on board with this idea. And our president at the time, Maury, spoke about the fact that not only did they become integral in attending observing sessions and helping to organize events, but a lot of them actually became paid members upon graduating because they saw the need to actually have this connection with the night sky. What the RASC allowed me to do when I started teaching astronomy is to provide the students with more than just what the college could offer. Because at the time, the college had a couple of beat up telescopes. I managed to get an investment into a Nexstar 8, into a Skywatcher Dog, into a nice little Coronado. And we managed to start to explore the night sky ourselves. But with the RASC, you had an observatory, you had a group of mentors that were ready and willing to share what they found fascinating about the night sky, and also to learn from the students what the students were learning in class. And you can see when we opened up our 16-inch telescopes, again, there's a fair number of youth in that audience. Because the students shouldn't have to rely on coming out to these organized events, and because I was getting so much from their discovery of the night sky, I wanted to give them tools. And I don't want them to have to go and buy a telescope when they're just starting out, when they're just learning. So I scoured through our storage and I found some old kits for lab telescopes. And so we actually built those 5 Dobbs, which were insanely heavy, insanely wieldy, and really they did not hold up very well. But then I lucked out at Stellafane and I found a person who did refurbished binoculars. And so he gave me the couple that he had with him. And then one of my colleagues picked up a bunch from him from Boston when he was on a trip there. So now we had binoculars that students could borrow. With the impact that this was having on the students and on what we were able to share with other people, just being out in front of the campus, looking at the moon, looking at Jupiter, looking at Saturn, and sharing that, we managed to get an investment to get a couple of smaller Dobbs that students could take home, a small refractor, and a bunch more binoculars just in time for COVID to hit. So once COVID hit, we were sitting there going, what do we do now? Because I didn't want to give up this connection to the night sky. I wanted to keep the students looking up and exploring and connecting in some way, shape, or form. So the first thing I realized is that a lot of students do have either cameras or cell phone cameras. So if they had cameras, they could capture images. So of course, the minute we started doing that, curfew hit here in Montreal. So that was out the window as well. But what was always available to them before curfew was waxing moon phases. So I set up an activity for the students to go out, to look at the moon, to identify a couple of features, and to sketch what they see. And I didn't give them any parameters on the sketching. I just said, I want to see what your eyes are showing you. You show me the moon that you see. And here's a few examples from some of the students who I reached out to today who said yes to sharing their work. And I was floored by the level of detail, the amount of effort some of these students put in. And some, like the one here on the bottom right, took a picture with the camera and then sketched it. Others sketched, and they sketched based on the advice we had gotten from the RASC members. The idea of doing white on black instead of black on white. The idea of taking large shapes and then filling in just a little bit of shading. And that brought out so much comment and so much conversation among the students. So I have a quote here from one of my students, Gabrielle. Overall, this activity made me observe the sky more than ever. Although only 2 observations were required, I went out many times to simply gaze at the moon. I would first look for Tycho and then use it as a reference to compare my observations with the RASC guide. And I gave them all access to the RASC moon guide as well as a star finder so they could find their way around the night sky. The other thing that I could do while they were at home and I couldn't go out under the stars with them is use robotic telescopes. So we have a robotic telescope with the RASC. It's in the Sierra complex in California. And so we took a bunch of images for different groups that were doing different types of projects. So we had exoplanet transit projects, and then we had a group doing astrophotography. And here's their Andromeda. And what was really interesting is when they created their final poster for their project, they pointed out that their goal in the Andromeda picture was not to get those dust lanes in the arms, which is what I always go for. They wanted to get as much resolution as they could on those dwarf galaxies because they found those fascinating. And that's where they wanted to focus. But I wanted to do more for the whole class. So I gave them all a set of data that I took with the robotic telescope last year. And I had them all process RGB Orion Nebula images. And again, I gave them basic processing techniques in GIMP, and then I let them go wild and try to do whatever they wanted with the Orion Nebula. And I showed them some pictures of what the Orion Nebula looks like when professional astrophotographers take pictures, when you take a picture with your cell phone camera. And I talked to them about the makeup of the Orion Nebula and the trapezium and all of the different features. And then I let them choose what they wanted to draw out, how they wanted to balance the colors, what they felt was for them the important part of the nebula that they wanted to show me. And this is where my connection to the night sky really starts to become deeper with the students' input. Because when I'm out there with the students on the lawn, with the telescope, I get to hear from them directly, immediately, what they're seeing, what impresses them, what impacts them, and how it impacts them. When they're doing an assignment or a lab activity, it's a little bit different because now all of a sudden, I get to see it in real time almost as they're starting to develop a deeper understanding of different bits. So we had students talking about one specific thing that they'd read that they wanted to see if they could find. And we had students talking about how they knew where the Orion Nebula was, but they always thought it was on the belt, not on the sword underneath the belt. And so that they found really fascinating. So they wanted to see just how far up it reached. And then they ran into the Running Man Nebula and the Flame and the Horsehead Nebula and the Flame Nebula. And they started to realize how much richness there is in a constellation like Orion. So based on that conversation, I had asked the college and I had applied for a grant and I got an EV scope. And so I finally managed a clear night with the EV scope charged up. And we went out and we did a tour of the Big Dipper. And we had a bunch of our John Abbott alumni join from university, taking breaks before exams, and a bunch of our students joined. And we explored the Big Dipper and we looked at the Owl Nebula. We looked at M81, M82, and we looked at the Whirlpool Galaxy. And we talked about these galaxies and this nebula and what it was made of and how far away it was and what we think we're seeing when we see different features. And it was close to actually being out there with them in that same sort of a feel. But it's really important to recognize that the students won't all see these objects and immediately think of the science. A lot of them are really connected to the art side. And David and I have this conversation sometimes about the poetry and the music of astronomy. And you have a little model telescope that David actually gifted our library that's there in the bottom picture. We use the RASC library during non-COVID times to inspire art students with astronomy. And so what we get to do is we get to see how someone with no connection to the science connects to the object in space. And then those with a deeper connection to science do things like this, the math of the universe, where they took astrophysics equations and created an actual vision of the solar system from a telescope using that. We have students that volunteer to learn crater sketching from a professional artist, Bettina Forget, from the SETI Institute program for artists in residence. And we ended up doing outreach of crater sketching for almost 3 years now. And we had students who read about the evolution of stars and created a mural. And Eva, who created the mural, really thought this mural belonged somewhere, and I agreed with her. So we pitched it to our local planetarium, and it's now in one of the planetarium rooms, the craft rooms, where the elementary students do their workshops when they go to the planetarium. So what we really are doing with the students is they are bringing a different view, a different lens on the night sky than what the amateur astronomer does. And then they give back. This is just a sample of the amount of outreach talks that students have either done or been involved in coordinating just over the past 3 years at the RASC Montreal Center. Our students, when they come out and we can provide them with an understanding of what they're seeing and how the night sky moves and what objects you can look for and what tools you need to look for them, they bring that back and they share it, not just with their friends, not just with their families, but with the general public. And so I wanted to bring this all back to what I do now as an amateur astronomer, because I don't do professional research in astronomy. I do amateur exploration for education. And so when I go out under the night sky, my targets, my plan, and what I do is really from the perspective of what can I show my students the next day, the next week, the next month, or what haven't I seen that I should be able to relate to them what I'm seeing so that then they can tell me what they see. So my personal connection, my personal discoveries in astronomy are really from that perspective. What do my students see when they see these objects? And that's what I wanted to share with you.
Very nice. Very nice. That's great. I understand the charge that you must get when you work with your students like that. You know, I do. I've said this many times. One of the biggest charges I get is educational outreach on a street corner with my telescope and just aimed at a couple of different objects. You know, and people are just, their minds just are blown sometimes. Equally as dumbfounding to me as people who look in the eyepiece and see a wonderful image of Saturn. And they're like, is that it? You know, is that all there is? That's when I want to get my little plastic camera out and hit them in the back of the head and say, buddy, you're looking at something that's almost 1 billion miles away. Okay.
Well, that's exactly it. Is that perspective, that context of what it is you're seeing is
right.
one of the things that you get when you go on the ground with them. We have a member, Constantine, who's been here for decades. David knows him really well. He knows the history of the center and he knows the night sky like the back of his hand. There are nights when we go out, the students come, we share the night sky. I start packing up my equipment. Constantine comes and starts chatting with them. And I get a message from them 3 hours later that they're finally home because they were just enjoying learning how to actually read the night sky and where these stars are and where these objects are, how far away they are. That sense of immensity is lost on a lot of people until they start to actually comprehend the size of the things and the brightness of the things that we're looking at.
Right. That's right. Yeah, it's you need a little bit of dwell time, you know, with not only at the eyepiece, but you need someone that is kind of your guide, okay, that can be with you. And that is why outreach enthusiasts are so critical, okay, to helping people get past that tipping point, okay? And once they do, then they can see those people have changed.
Yes.
Sometimes it's a little bit, sometimes it's a lot, okay? But the lights have turned on and then they'll start to ask, they start to ask all those questions, they'll start. The first question always comes out, can I ask a stupid question? That's probably the most important question there is of the night.
Exactly. Well, this
Right.
is where I say I'm really lucky with my students, because they brought me the courage or the motivation to really learn the techniques that I'd never learned as a kid, as a young adult, as an adult. And now I get to have those experiences under the stars, just staring at M13 in a dark sky through a telescope and counting thousands and thousands of stars, and just having that mystical moment of oneness with like the entire universe for
That's
that
right.
moment. What Deepti was, or with her poem, like what it spoke to for me is just this immensity, and that you're there and you can actually see some of it, and that you're observing some of it, and you're able to say, that's there because I see it, it's there.
That's right. It goes into the aspects of the observed and the observer, and that relationship that makes the universe what it is. So it's
good amount of it that's philosophy.
Yes. Right.
And poetry, of course.
And poetry is beautiful. She put in a poem. Here's some comments. Of course, the theme of our Global Star Party today is personal discoveries. So I asked the audience, what are some of their most important, personal discoveries that they've made through astronomy. Let me read a couple of these. Chris Larson is agreeing with Pekka. Pekka said that one of the most important points of astronomy to him was star hopping to find the target. It's just an act of doing that. But Chris kind of elaborates here. He says, I would agree with Pekka. Learning to star hop to a destination, intended or otherwise, has brought a lot of joy to my observing and many side trips.
That was the whole goal of the Big Dipper night, was to be able to realize that once you have a telescope or you have, a nice small device, you can really focus it on the Big Dipper and go from a couple of the stars that you can clearly see to some really interesting objects.
Mm-hmm. Right. Book Davies says, probably my most important discovery so far is the gold mine of fun and learning that my telescope brought. Martin Eastburn, sharing optical sights with my father. He and I then shared with his good friend and daughter. Saturn has been in our speech for 50 years. The daughter is now has a dome and a telescope with her family. Andrew Corkill, he says, Scott, my own most important personal discovery is happening every time I do something new. Just last night, I saw stars beyond fourth magnitude in my backyard. Very difficult from Riverside, California. He further says, I was blown away that I could use my glasses and averted vision with dark adaptation to see fainter stars than I've ever seen before. Then draw the stars on the constellation on paper.
That's fantastic.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Putting pen to paper really starts to solidify what you're seeing.
That's right. That's right. Okay, I think that we will go to a 10-minute break. After our break, we will have Cesar Brollo from Buenos Aires, Argentina, and he's got a short presentation to share with us. So thanks for being tuned in to the 48th Global Star Party. We're all back now. I hope you had a good break, got something to snack on or a hot drink to kind of settle you into the night. Our next speaker here is Cesar Brollo. Cesar is from Optica Sirocco. He's an optician. He is also a mentor to many people that are learning astronomy in Argentina and beyond that. He's inspired a lot of us to realize that you can do a lot of great work with very modest equipment. One of the things he does quite often is he'll set up small telescopes with a modest camera on his balcony and shoot from downtown Buenos Aires and show us objects of nebulosity, many fantastic Southern Hemisphere deep sky treasures that he's been able to share with us live on this very program. He then took us to Patagonia to witness the total eclipse of the sun in incredible driving wind, but when none of us could get down there, Cesar was sharing the whole world this eclipse, and we got to see it. It was so windy during that eclipse that they could not image through a telescope because it was shaking the telescopes too much, but. He pulled out his smartphone, and we were able to observe the total eclipse of the sun and hear the excitement of the people that were there. So that was amazing. And now he's involved with refurbishing this iconic and historical observatory complex in not in Buenos Aires. It's
near Buenos Aires, at only maybe 20 kilometers. To
so
the
nearby.
west. Yes, in the metropolitan area. Yes, it's a polluted area too. Maybe about maybe 7 or 8, but it's like it's a solar observatory. Is fully, if we restore the totality of their functions, is fully usable. Is really enjoyable because we are working actually, and the government of this area of San Miguel is working. Yesterday we have news from the major. They opened all permissions for make new buildings, refurbing.
Congratulations!
Yes, great, really.
Yeah,
we will having a lot of work and in the facilities, because we have had really a huge work. And you see the pictures, and you know that we have many instruments and domes that they need total refurbishing, restorations. It's something that just I was talking with my mates of my college of Bella Vista del Cosmos, that is the group that is working in the observatory. Today, like my personal discovering is not really, but my works in third parties science, maybe 25 years, but I focusing first in if you agree, I share my screen.
I agree.
Show you.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can see here. For me, I using the presentation of Google first time, and I don't know if let me see if you're watching the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I starting from the old presentation that I prepared many 1 year ago or more that you remember for the shows in the evening, the first time that we talked, and I to present to the people that I don't the people that don't know me, I'll pass these slides quickly and going to the third party in Valle Grande third party in Mendoza. But first, I'll show you a little of my work for the people that don't see before this presentation or don't know with my work. I am all day working, selling, repairing telescopes. You told that I am optician, and technical. My formation is technical, and I made domes that actually are working. A lot of telescopes, selling telescope, all day with telescope and glasses, all day. It's my passion. I'm happy working in this. Some pictures of different third parties that we be a part, we organize, we work inside the third parties. We not only a sponsor, if not working inside the third parties, and all that is organization. Sometimes about the foods, about the the accommodations, all that the people need. Well, it's my another specialty, the third parties. Something that I can show you here. Sorry. Well, this is the eclipse in 2019 with a lot of expert scientific telescope for the corner to observation, the eclipse for the people using the smartphone.
Mhm.
This was in San Juan, was a successful observing in a great place with more that was around, I don't know, maybe around 4,000 people only.
Wow.
in this space of observation. Was a huge. This is the Cordillera de los Andes, and this is the sun. Was an amazing landscape. And this is the last eclipse, the windy eclipse. The wind eclipse. Yes, unforgettable eclipse. We were in this area of Valcheta here. This is the one of the pictures in my shocking telescope by the wind. But here I need to say that really the mount and a small mount were properly, and despite the wind, were very, very good. Here the people in the last eclipse of 2019, more in the desert, in the Patagonia. Here you can see the dust of the wind, the people going to protect themselves because the wind was maybe around 80 kilometers per hour. Sometimes I don't know the name of wind chill or wind. Well, the name of I missed the name for the wind when is the maximum of wind. And today I present very quickly the third party is our main third party. This is the T-shirt of the Instituto Copérnico, and is really is the third party T-shirt. Maybe I can show you. my back. Star Party Valle Grande.
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah. Yes, I put the t-shirt because I'm proud. And yes, I can send you one. And
Okay.
okay, yeah. And this is the Star Party. We made the Star Party from the 1994, and we are going to the 30 years of the Star Parties.
Wow.
And now we started to go to this Star Party in 2004. This was our first visit in this Star Party. This is the time of the first time of the reflex camera, and this is really in a very dark situation. Sorry that the pictures are very noisy. Are not pictures that the pictures that we see today, because all are of the single exposures in different parts of the Star Parties, of this Star Party. And I have, yes, they're very noisy, but you can say, you can see, sorry, that do you have really low illumination, and do you have the Milky Way in the sky all time. This is the old place, more inside in the canyon, and actually we found a new hostel, a big one, that is okay for everyone. That is every year we are more than 100 people. Is less comparing with the Star Parties in the United States, but for Argentina, we have normally 100, 200, no more than 300 people normally in a Star Party. And we use, normally, we take an entire hotel in a place where, normally, of course, that we turn out the lights. It's me, younger than now, with the brown hair, not white like now, in the stars. And this is all from 2007, I think. This is one of my first pictures, single pictures of the sky in San Rafael in our Star Parties. Is maybe an exposure of 30 seconds. This is another. Yes, is great. In this area, we have the walls of the canyon, or these mountains are in the west and the east. No, sorry, in the north and the south is, but in the past we was awaiting the stars or the constellation going up, because when you have some mountains, maybe you have a close the part where you have maybe 30 degrees, but now the new place is in the entrance, in the place, in the same place where the canyon start. It's not so a high canyon, if not, but the problem is that it's small, and you see the walls, and you have maybe you lost 30 degrees for and you need to await the constellation that you need see objects, but now actually we are in a place, the coffee break, of course, that is our of the favorite moments. We have sports. This is paddle that normally in the old hotel we had the place to play. Actually, we don't have this. We make less sports than in the past. This is the old place where our conference area, where We invite physics, astronomers, a lot of different people. And where in any place of the sky where you point to the sky and take a picture, you have the Milky Way.
Amazing.
This is my mate, my partner in this, and this is the real creator of this star party, and is the chief of all, and is Jaime Garcia. Dr. Jaime Garcia is a doctor in mathematics, and I need to convince him to be invited to the Global Star Party to talk, because he was in around 2010 was an honor president of the Astronomical Association Variable Star Observers. Once times I told you that in 2010 we made together with the people of the AAPSO, we make together, and the people from the AAPSO are, well, I don't remember the names now, but we make a star party together, and it was amazing because it was a star party in English and Spanish. We received the visit of many astronomers from many parts, from the United States and other parts of the world. It was amazing, really. Yes, this part is easy something, because you don't need go outside of the hotel to get a really dark sky, and you can return to your room, maybe working a little, and maybe if you like to keep your telescope assembled, you don't have problem, because it's very near to your place where do you sleep. It's very affordable. You know, is for enjoying. And this is, we are watching a show. Of course, that the quantity of light here is nothing. If you compare the Milky Way, is something surreal. It's something out of this world, because you can see the Milky Way, the people watching play guitarist, guitar player to play music. Yes, and this is amazing. Yes, I remember that I can't believe it. The quantity of light of this was only a light for the people that play in music, see their
music. Yeah.
Yes, only. Well, the people looks like come on.
Yeah, it looks like a huge,
but when
huge
you
halogen light.
Yes, and when you see the Milky Way, say, okay, no. It's like quantity of light was really low. Of course, that when the musicians stop to play, of course that we turn off completely the lights, and this is before turn out the lights after the dinner. So we are the time when you have time to make the last adjustment for your telescope, and when we say turn out the lights, this light, because it's normally we use sport place where you have a floor, hard floor, or many people can choose the grass, no problem. But when we turn out the lights, the magic is on. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And of course that most of our parts in Argentina about star parties is eat the foods, because normally barbecues or, well, a lot of different things. And this is the social moment that all we love and we miss, because actually we don't have these star parties. This one was maybe from the 2004 or 7, I don't remember. And this is more of the night in our star parties. More and more. We maybe I have 1,000 pictures, but I choose only a few quantity to show. But this is incredible, because here you can see the large Magellanic cloud.
Yes.
Here, like something, okay, it's only maybe 15 seconds is in the sky. And of course that you can see at naked eyes. No, it's amazing. Well, it's me worrying, talking about something about telescopes. One of the pictures, maybe in the last, or I don't know if this was 18 or 19. Some presentation in this presentation is Gabriel Bengochea is a physics, talking about something about physics. We are proud of have visit from many professionals, professional astronomers like Eric Gonzalez, that was invited to the Global Star Party, Pedro Cesar, Jaime Garcia actually is professional too, and we received a lot of another professional astronomers. Really, we are happy to receive these people that is great, people with PhD that they voluntarily they came to ask about about a lot of different investigation, different things about astronomy, professional astronomy especially, and it's something that really we enjoy. This is the moment of the show, the musical show. Lucas is one of the musicians that every year they bring his band and play music, amazing music. Every year is different kind of music. This is our roof of the hotel where we have a terrace, maybe. It's a place where we use to take pictures, to make different actions, where in different tables we have different works about astrometry, asteroids, astrophotography, and visual observations. We are rotating all times. We have 2 or 3 nights normally. For all people, is fun because they have to make all different works in amateur astronomy, and this is really great because the people enjoy this. This is the group of not astrometry. This is for astro. I don't remember in English or in Spain too.
Astrophotography.
No, the spectrometry.
Oh, spectroscopy. You know
yes,
what? I'm just going to go back on mute, Cesar.
Yes, thank you, because yes, yes, astrometry, spectrometry, astrophotography, visual observation, and asteroids. This is our normally five action in different places in the roof of the, and you can see that you have, of course, all sky in this new area. Really, you have maybe 5 degrees free to use the entire sky. Maybe 1 tree, but the canyon is in this size, in this area, sorry, for the west. And this is going to the east. Here you can see the scorpion. And well, this is a picture of the that resume. This is me and Jaime Garcia. Normally in the show, in the last in the last presentation that we make to the public to say bye-bye. We see you next year, and all people that came to the star parties in different times. And well, I'm changed for next year. I need my T-shirt of Explorer Scientific. This is the brand that I changed I think I make a change in my T-shirt. I send you, Scott, a T-shirt of our third parties, and you send me an Explorer Scientific shirt. It's okay. Maybe don't listen.
I think Scott froze.
Yeah, yes, it's froze.
The next week I will be there, maybe.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Well, I came in on the tail end of the presentation. I was just enjoying seeing those southern skies. The Milky Way photo behind me, basically everything that's covered by the Earth is what you get to see. So we get to go further north this way, but it's always interesting to see what's hidden behind the trees in my picture. But yeah, it was looked like a wonderful time out there.
Yeah, yes, it's amazing. And part of I can say that part of my personal discovery is in making or be a part of star parties. Is the how many do you enjoy with the people? And like now that I consider that with Adrian, Cameron, with Scott, Maxi, I know to Maxi in star parties personally, but it's amazing. But I think that astronomy enjoy make a union for the with the people in star parties that is amazing, because you discover that you can share with the people so amazing.
Oh, maybe
It's really great. Yes. Yeah. I need when you Adrian came to Argentina, of course that I can carry from the airport to Buenos Aires, and we can go to
You can go to Uruguay.
Yes, yes,
oh,
Maxi.
I'm holding you all to
Maxi,
that.
sure.
When
Yes.
I make it there, I will be
Yes,
walking around with a tripod, a camera.
You're going to have
and-
hundreds, thousands of amateurs coming down, and you'll be making many trips to the airport.
Yeah,
That's right.
Absolutely.
We will need you both to help us.
Yes, I have a lot of. This is Yeah, absolutely. And this is, I remember that I received to Brambera Hinseri and actually I was in the last eclipse. We talk a lot with Scott that preparing a lot of things. Of course, that we couldn't make nothing, of course, but it's so the idea in we are having fun. Only imagine if you say, Adrian, okay, I can go to Buenos Aires. We can, you and me and Maxi, well, or anybody that came to the place, we are starting to imagine how we can make. First, we can go to Maxi Faliere's house and eat barbecue. And
Yes, of course. And I have
That sounds like a perfect first stop.
Yes.
Then to Cesar's house for some pizza.
I am taking notes on the phone for it all. Oh,
something. Yes, I have in my building. Absolutely, in my building, I have facilities that we have a Zoom. We have big barbecue.
Yeah.
To get to invite 50%, 50 people, and
it's a nice size party.
If you feed them, they will come.
Yeah, that sounds definitely.
You are invited too, no problem. Yes, and so, but really, when I felt the same sensation when I went to a third party that I visited in the United States was Peach State Stargaze in the 1999, and they had so hospitality with me that was I was no, don't worry. I say anytime I say, okay, we have a cabin for you and your family. All will say, come on, I'm from Argentina. I don't have problems. They say, no. They received me like a king. For me, it was a lot, incredible. And the sensation when we received to the people in the 2010, the people of the American Association of Variable Star Observers, they was great. And when you meet people that love astronomy, it's like you only speaking another language, but come on.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, the fraternity of astronomers doesn't have any borders to it, so.
Yeah.
I think part of that is that we have this view of the universe that most people don't have. You have to spend time, deepening your understanding of the processes of our sun, our solar system, our place in the galaxy, our galaxy's place in the local group, the local group's place in the supercluster, and then all of that. We're not even specks of dust on top of specks of dust. We are very, very tiny, but our minds can be as vast as the universe as we perceive. So it's that's the point. And when we're together with other people that have that view, that understand, that our world isn't just our little problems and the things that go on, but we're flying at fantastic speeds through space, and we're connected to everything. And inside of our bodies is carbon and nitrogen, and all these things form from supernova. So
yes,
it's it's really cliche to say, yeah, we're made of stardust or something like that. It is,
but it's real.
But it's real. But it's real. So anyhow, Cesar, thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you very much.
Anytime, it's a pleasure, Scott.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So our next speaker is Don Selle, and I'm pronouncing that correctly.
But it's actually Selle, but that's all
Selle.
right.
Selle.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Don Selle. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I have at times had to correct people. I have two first names. I've been told, Scott and Roberts, but they always leave the S off, so they'll call me Robert or they'll call me Mr. Scott, or so that's the way it is. Anyways, I'm glad you decided to come on to the show today, because I wanted you to talk about the Texas Star Party and all of that, but and anything else that you'd like to talk about. So,
well, I appreciate the invite, Scott, and I am going to talk about something a little bit different before I get to the Texas Star Party, but it's in line with what Karim was discussing, and kind of the theme of tonight. And I am a member of the Houston Astronomical Society. In fact, I'm past president of HAS. And over the last couple of years, we've seen this big growth of new people in amateur astronomy, tending to be a little bit younger and so on. So I write a column for our newsletter called Field of View. And
Nice.
this past February, I wrote a column titled Observe. Okay, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll kind of paraphrase it for you all.
Okay.
But my point was trying to kind of give a feeling for the newer astronomers what astronomy is really about and what makes it special, and then start out. It seems like so many astronomers use the word observe and observation. Okay, so if you're new, you probably are kind of realizing that that you hear that word more at the astronomy club than you do anyplace else. So what does it really mean to observe? And if you go to the dictionary, it's to watch, perceive, or notice, to regard with attention, especially to learn something, to watch, view, or note for a scientific, official, or other special purpose. And then I kind of explain to them, okay, for visual observers, for visual astronomers, observing is the name of the game, but you just don't get there by overnight. You have to work at it. You have to develop your technique, but more importantly, you have to learn the capabilities of your equipment. You have to understand the night sky, how it moves, when you're looking for a particular object. Is it so faint that you may be able to see it with your telescope only in the darkest skies? You need to know that so that you don't waste your time trying to find things that you can't find in the city. And I'll tell a little story on myself in a minute about that. So once you start to get into the technique, you also realize that there's more to it than just the technique of observing. You start to become very interested in what you're observing, and you realize that you can find the information about the different objects you're going to observe. It draws you in. What is a galaxy? How is it formed, right? What's this reflection nebula? Next thing you know, you're starting to get more and more involved in learning astronomy as you go along. And when you do, your observations become more special, because you're not just seeing an object, you're also understanding what that object is and what it means. And as you move forward with that, next thing you know, you're starting to put yourself in the position of where you are in the universe, and you understand how the universe works a little bit more. And I ended it up with a paragraph that to try and sum it all up. To become an astronomical observer is to learn to see the world in a totally different way. When we start looking up at the night sky to learn the constellations, we're taking the same first steps on a path that has been created by countless other astronomers since antiquity, who started the same way we have. By their collective observations over the centuries, they added to the collected body of human knowledge, and by doing so, they changed our view of ourselves and the cosmos.
That's right.
So
Very well written, Don. That's great.
I really felt when I listened to Karim, I said, I just wanted to share that with you because
I'm glad you
really
did.
ties together.
Mhm.
So I'm going to share my screen at this point, if you don't mind. And I got to get the presentation where I need it. Okay. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to also tell that story on myself. And it really boils down to the fact that when I started in amateur astronomy, the first thing I did was I went out and bought a little 90 millimeter MacCast telescope with a clock drive in it, and I figured I was going to conquer the world with that telescope. And the thing I wanted to see most was the Whirlpool galaxy, M51. And I lived in a suburban area at the time, and I finally got to the point where I figured out how to do a little bit of star hopping and started getting successful with that. And I kept trying to see the Whirlpool galaxy. I got an 8-inch telescope, and I started with that. I actually went to the dark sky site for the Houston Astronomical Society, and I knew I was on the field. I could see the stars, and I could tell that there was the core of both galaxies. I could see it. I knew I was observing M51, but I didn't really see it until I went to the first time to the Texas Star Party, which is in a very dark sky area. And of course, the first thing I wanted to see was M51, which was well placed for observing. I got my 10 by 50 binoculars out to kind of rehearse what the star hop, and bam, there it was. I mean, it was so obvious in those 10 by 50 binoculars. I could see a bit of the structure in it, the swirling structure, and I found it really easily in the finder scope. And then I was just amazed at what it looked like in an 8-inch telescope. Well, I've also had the opportunity, being there at TSP, to look at that same object through a 25-inch Dob, and it just blows me away every time I see that, and that was very, very wonderful. So that's kind of a lead up to why would you want to go to a star party? Okay, there's a lot of reasons to do that, and I think Cesar gave a good lot of those reasons. I mean, it's the dark skies and the fellowship with your other astronomers, and certainly the interaction. You can't help but learn things and be stimulated by it. So with that, I'm going to get into a little bit more to a brief introduction to the Texas Star Party. I'm on the operations committee of TSP, and I've been volunteering in various capacities there for the last decade. Unfortunately, 2019 is the last time we've actually held the Star Party in person. 2020 obviously was canceled because of COVID. We also ended up canceling 2021 face-to-face because even though it looked like we were getting on top of COVID, we had a very big spike in the early spring, and we decided that we just couldn't manage a face-to-face Star Party. So I'm going to tell you need to put it on your light bucket list to come to the Texas Star Party in 2022 or whenever you have the opportunity. It's astronomy on the ranch. So whereas TSP located? It's in Fort Davis, Texas. It's a real convenient location if you live in Marfa or Alpine, Texas. But really, okay, it's not really very convenient to get there. It takes a long time.
That's the point, isn't it? That it's not very
Yeah.
convenient. It's out there. It's dark.
It is. It
Yeah.
is. And there's a snip of the dark sky map. We're actually kind of like on the edge of Fort Davis, so it's either in Bortle 1, Bortle 2 kind of skies. This is Midland, Odessa. I'm sorry, this is a Midland, Odessa area up here, and Big Bend National Park is down below. It's about an hour plus drive from Fort Davis, and definitely well worth the side trip. It's a beautiful park. And McDonald Observatory is only about 8 or 9 miles up the road from the Prude Ranch where the Texas Star Party is held. So it's as I said, it's been the Star Party's been held on the historic Prude Ranch since 1982. The ranch itself has been there since the 1840s, but anyway, it's a old West style. If you like Western movies, cowboy movies, it's kind of like walking into the set of a cowboy movie. They have a very nice facility, dining hall. Everything's in walking distance when you're on the ranch. You can go horseback riding there. There's tours to the McDonald Observatory that are every year, and it's a very comprehensive behind-the-scenes tour of the observatory as well. Just a quick idea of the layout of the ranch itself. There's actually 3 observing fields. The accommodations there's motel-style rooms, there's bunk houses, RV spaces with hookups and tent camping. And as I mentioned, here's a aerial view of the ranch when it's set up with the Star Party. This is the main upper observing field. There's a second middle field, and then the lower field is down here. And I'll show you some pictures of those as well. This is a panorama view of the main observing field, the upper field, and typically we end up with about 500 attendees at TSP. This is the middle field. This is where all of the folks at tent camp, or a lot of folks will use their equipment trailers and sleep in their equipment trailers as well on this field. And then the lower field is down right near the RV spots, and the astrophotographers tend to congregate down in this field. So
is it congregate or get relegated by all the visual observers? I heard astrophotographers are generally told where to go. We don't typically choose.
Well, let's put it this way. They haven't told us that we have to be there. Okay. In fact, we kind of tested that out a couple of years ago, where we had about a half a dozen of us that went up on the main field, and we've made the point that we can get along with the observers, but the visual observers, but
yes, you can go 2 kilometers.
Yeah, exactly. and
your screen of your computer go out.
Yeah, well, but having said that, most everybody's pretty conscious of that, and but the light rules are a little less stringent down on the lower field. We kind of police our own, so it's a good compromise.
I assume it's pretty well maintained, and there's so much space that it looks like there's a lot of space and not much need to be on top of one another, because it's a huge ranch, it looks like.
It is. It's a
Done.
if I
And
yes, go ahead.
sorry, what about the wildlife of the
Oh,
where you are?
the on the ranch itself, there's only one white light left on all night, and that's at the front gate, so people can see the front gate. The main house where the family that owns it lives, that there are lights on in the house, but they cover the windows.
Mhm.
Everything else, we have volunteers that go through the day before the star party opens, and we replace lights with red lights. We cover things with red plastic or red tape, so that it's very astronomer friendly.
Yes, but I sorry if I mean it right. The animals of the place, the wildlife. That's what I mean. I don't know if there are snakes, there are pumas.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And
The wild animals.
exactly, the wild animals.
Okay, I'm sorry, misunderstood. This is an area in it's desert. So number one, you don't have many large animals. There are coyotes. They're very shy of people. The one wild animal that we see almost every year, and I'm sure it's not the same one, down on the lower field, there's actually a dry creek bed, and every night around midnight, Oscar the skunk goes down.
He's got a name?
Yeah, he's got a name. Everybody knows who Oscar is, and so
Oh boy.
if you've been there on the lower field, you know who Oscar is. And again, I've been going to TSP almost every year since 2003, and I've never known anybody to have an aggressive encounter with
an
Oscar.
animal. I would concur with
with
that,
an animal.
Don. I've been to many star parties, all over the United States and sometimes in a few other countries, and I have never even one time heard of somebody having a confrontational experience with a wild animal. It is observing in groups as we do. I think that the animals just don't want any part of it, so they just stay away.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's something that is part of the show. In the last star parties in San Rafael in Valle Grande, we found in the one of us say, "Oh, look, this spider is really huge. Come on, it's really huge." And another people say, "Come on, you are like me from the city. You are talking stupidities," because maybe when you say, "What?" and a spider like this,
really, a tarantula,
and we say, "Really huge tarantula," but come on, maybe half kilo of weight. I don't know. Let's say, come on. But in the day, was not in the middle of the night. But say, come on, and totally, we post more videos and pictures of this spider, of pictures of the sky and the star party, because for us, we love nature. Yes, this was part of the show, really. We was happy to watch this.
Sure.
Well, when I get there, and what, this beautiful picture that I see is exactly the type of picture I hope to take.
Whoa! Look at that.
I will request the spiders be located to the as far away as possible from me, but everything else I'm looking forward to. Yeah, this is a beautiful shot here.
Adrian, I don't think you need to worry too much about spiders. Ants may be another story, but they tend to leave you alone too. So
That's good.
this is actually on the upper field, the nice thing about Texas Star Party is the time of year that it's held at, because we do get the summer Milky Way high in the sky early in the morning, but it's there. We also get galaxies and globular clusters. Those are all prominent in the early evening, before midnight. The Milky Way typically rises in the neighborhood of, if it's in early May, around 1 a.m. thereabouts. And I can tell you from personal experience that the first time I saw it rise, I thought we were going to get a rain shower, because it looked like clouds coming over the hills in the distance.
Yes.
And I was amazed at how that looked. I've actually, when it's really bright and the seeing is the air is still, if you have a light colored cloth or whatever that you can actually see, and you're well dark adapted, you can actually see your shadow. It's not very obvious, but if you really look for it, you can see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I've only gotten, the skies I've seen, I've gotten to where I could see structure and color in the Milky Way, but I haven't seen it as bright as you're describing it.
Yeah.
So that would be something to look forward to. Also, I understand we had somebody who was who went down into that area. He came back with a picture of a fairly special globular cluster, aka dwarf galaxy, that's visible at the Texas Star Party, but maybe not so much further north.
Exactly. That's called Omega Centauri, I think is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, you can see it. You can actually see it from Houston as well. But it's about 12, 13 degrees above the horizon when it culminates. That's usually around 11 p.m. local time at Texas Star Party. And when you're on the lower field, you're closer to the hills on the south. And fortunately, it manages to get up above those as well. One of the that's part of this slide. I don't know if I may have showed this the last time I was on. I actually took this picture. This is the front gate of the Prude Ranch, the road coming into it here. And I realized that the one white light that stays on is at the gate, which is not in the picture, but it illuminated this shed with the Texas flag painted on it. I got to get that picture. I have got to get that picture, because that, said Texas Star Party to me. So, but anyway, so
wonderful.
There's a lot of activities. Again, like Cesar mentioned, there lots of things to do with and lots of people to meet. We typically have Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights main speakers before it gets dark, and we've had some really excellent speakers in the past. Professional astronomers, very advanced amateur astronomers. David Levy, for example, has been a speaker at TSP a number of times. Just an example. We have astrophoto and astro art contests. We've been running astrophotography workshops now for the last 4 or 5 years, and there's observing programs every year. We have a new observing program, and it's all the way from if you've never really spent time out under the sky, the novice program's available. My wife went with me the first time in 2019, and she actually was able to complete that on her own. And then binocular and a regular telescope program. And then Larry Mitchell, who is well known at Texas Star Party, he does an advanced observing list. The polite name for it is Larry's list. There's usually some.
What's the impolite name?
It depends. Some years it's worse than others, but it goes by other pejorative names. Let me say, that GD list, that Larry does, right?
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, the 20th magnitude objects.
Well,
yeah, I can imagine.
Larry's got a 36-inch Dob, and which he shares. He's quite generous at sharing. And everybody with big scopes there is very generous at sharing the eyepiece, and but it's really meant for at least a 16-inch scope to be able to see everything. Then T-shirts. You've heard the phrase, been there, done that, got the T-shirt. I have a drawer full of TSP T-shirts, okay? So
right.
We generally have vendors and McDonald Observatory tours, which I think I mentioned before.
Wow.
So picture yourself now at TSP, okay? This is something we do every year as well, a group picture. So how do you attend? Well, as I mentioned, the attendance is limited to about 500 people. We generally get a few, not a large number more than 500 who register to attend, but typically there are a few people who end up on the waiting list. You register by mid-January. There's a housing for drawing assignments. You put down there what kind of accommodations you're going to use, how long you're going to be there, and then the drawing's done and you're matched up, and it's done randomly. And if somebody cancels, there's a waiting list as well. So once you get your confirmation that you're going to be able to go and have accommodations, you load up the car. Okay, this is what it looks like empty, and this is what it looks like full, and off you go. It's even a long drive for people in Texas. From Houston, it's 7 to 8 hours to get there. Dallas, about the same. So if you're coming in from the Midwest, Chicago area or the Northeast, it takes a couple of days to get there. So since we had to cancel 2021 for in person, we're actually going to be holding a virtual Texas Star Party. It'll start a week from Thursday night, June 10th. We're going to have Larry Mitchell will do his presentation of the best of the advanced observing list for TSP, and weather permitting. I mean, it's going to be about a 50% likelihood. We have the Fort Bend Astronomy Club, which is in the Houston area. They do a lot of outreach at the Houston Museum of Natural History, George Observatory, which is southwest of the city. And they're going to be doing a virtual star party. We'll have about 4 telescopes set up with cameras, and hopefully the skies will cooperate, and we'll show a few objects on Thursday night. And then we have 2 speakers on each night, Friday and Saturday night. We're trying to time it so that as typical at Texas Star Party, you do the speakers, you do the door prize drawings, etc., before it gets dark, and then everybody let's get out there and observe. So that we're going to try and maintain that sort of approach. And then, did I mention T-shirts? We actually are. We actually are selling T-shirts for this virtual star party, and they're going to be a pre-order. So
yeah, these will be collector's items right here for sure.
Yes,
I think so.
Yeah,
and give one for Scott. I when Scott was frozen in a moment.
Yeah.
I say, okay, I send you a T-shirt free, and you send me a.
Yeah, we'll do that for sure.
Yeah,
I
for
think
Don too. Yeah,
I think I've got one on order for Scott. He, already.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
So,
I'll wear it. I'll wear it proudly on the air, for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
for me, you have 1 year.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be happy to wear one too.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I failed to mention you can get all the details at texasstarparty.org. The T-shirt order form is there. It's like I said, it's pre-order, and we'll ship them out probably in early August. By the time we get them printed up. And then I just want to thank you for your attention, and consider the Texas Star Party in 2022. It's April 24th to May 1st.
Yeah. Don't consider it. Do it.
Do it.
Be
Okay.
there. That's right.
And tune in for the virtual Texas Star Party in a little over a week.
Yeah. That's
right.
awesome. Thank you, Don. Thank you
No
so much.
problem. Now
Don-
I gotta stop.
Don, I know that you're an astrophotographer.
Right.
So I'd like to have you come on the show sometime to show some of your work. So
Okay.
yeah, that would be great.
I'd be happy to do it. I'm more accomplished at the nightscape images in many ways than I am on the actual regular astrophotography. I'm still learning and growing there.
Yeah.
You're not alone. You're not alone in that, Don. I'm finding the nightscapes. I tend to enjoy taking those as well as just being in the nightscape itself.
Exactly.
Whether I get a good or bad shot, my camera's going. I'm just looking around and enjoying it. So I understand exactly what you mean.
Well, and I just I had a good friend and work colleague who was really quite accomplished at it. I didn't realize it at that one. He's my work colleague, and I happened to walk in his office one day and looked up, and he had a really nice nightscape up on the top of his bookshelf. I said, "TJ, how do you took that picture? Yeah, how'd you do it?" He said, "I just pointed the camera up and shot." I said, "I know better than that, my friend. I've been trying." Anyway, he taught me a lot, and it helped. So I'm trying to pass that along to other folks as well. So
yeah, that's great. That's great.
Much appreciated.
Wonderful. Okay, well, next up is a gentleman who started astronomy when he was only 14 years old, and he has taken many different journeys in amateur astronomy, getting aperture fever, getting a massive telescope, and then coming back full circle to smaller, more portable telescopes. But I think importantly, this individual has made it a strong effort to do educational outreach, and that's what Cameron Gillis is doing tonight with his his presentation here on Global Star Party, and also on a regular series of shows that he calls Camstronomy. So, Cameron, you got the stage here.
Thanks a lot, Scott. So can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Very-
I really enjoyed Don's presentation as well. And one of the things that caught my ear was his definition of observing, right? Making observations. And that's really what I'm doing. I'm finding lots of different ways to record and study, visually the objects, understand them, and then glean out details through different, techniques, including now with smartphones and all the digital photography that's out there. You get that good feedback to be able to study the image, and even if it's not perfect and you haven't, done all the post-processing and everything, you start to see a lot of detail that you wouldn't see normally with direct vision in the night sky. So I wanted to share with you the latest developments in my journey. So let me just share my screen here. Okay, put in presentation mode.
There you go.
Okay, so here's the equipment I recently acquired. I've been having the smartphone adapted with my my eyepiece here and a smartphone adapter, and I've changed to a Samsung S8. And I'll, in my Camstronomy program, I'll show how I automate all that. But I have a couple pictures there. But recently, I've actually acquired an Astro Image, a dedicated astronomy camera, connected through ASI Air, and it just arrived. And I actually didn't get cloudy skies, so I broke the curse. So I was, especially here in Seattle, the typical thing, as soon as you get new equipment, you just don't get a chance. And I've had a very lucky, even though it was high, thin clouds, I still was able to get even with to get kind of figure out how to connect everything up and do some testing. So the pictures I'm going to show you are very primitive, my very first pictures with this system. But I am extremely pleased because of the incremental improvements and the reach in my observations and my recording it gives me. I haven't done any post-processing. There's a lot of issues with image scale. It's actually even a little bit out of focus. You'll notice that this T adapter gives me 55 millimeter. I need to actually go further. The image circle it gives me vignetting. Because I don't have all the equipment for my image train to give it enough length between the back of the scope to the imager. But I decided to do it anyhow, just to get the mechanics and the flow and figure out, how to work it and all that. So what I'm going to show you is my very first set of pictures with this, and very crude. And let's go in. So here is a series of the first target I actually aimed it at was Markarian's chain in Virgo and Coma Berniceus, and basically it goes. I have 3 sets of images here, and I'll actually go through each one. And you can see I didn't, in the future I'll obviously do a better job at mosaicing and tiling these together so they're stitched. But the reason why it got off is because, like I say, the image scale in the image circle was not quite right. So the aperture or the field of view, it should, I used the f6.3 focal reducer. I didn't put that in my equipment list. I used that f6.3, which gives me a focal length of 1280. But when because I'm closer to the focus, I have this smaller image circle. So in effect, it's like a zoom, right? I actually moved in and reduced my field of view. There's some vignetting, of course, because of that. But the net effect is the focal length is around 1400, 1500. So it's not quite optimum yet, but at least I can get it into focus and get some images. So let's look at the first image. So here we go. This is the main part of that. Lots of noise, lots of noise, but this is nice because
This is a smartphone.
It doesn't
no,
matter
this is not
the
a
noise.
smartphone. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Yeah. So you can see the
You
this has
see
modeling.
structure.
You can see
Yes.
structure. You should see the spiral arms stretching out here, and it's beautiful. This makes me super thrilled because, again, being a visual observer for a lot and having an 18-inch dog in the past, to be able to see this is better than you'd see. And I have Bortle 6 to Bortle 8 skies, depending on which angle I'm at. And you can see there's big netting in that. But I'm really happy to be able to, now some of these galaxies are like 13th, 14th magnitude.
Oh yeah, there's a little barred
So
spiral over there on the left, and
yeah,
know,
exactly, right here. Yeah,
lots of
yeah.
detail.
I just love it. And then here's the dies going a little bit north of the chain. And you can see this one here stretches out a little bit more. And there's another fainter galaxy right here. And continuing around, you can see now on the top in Coma Berniceus, the top of the chain, you have a couple more galaxies. Then I continued and I went into the Black Eye galaxy. And, I love the Black Eye galaxy because you can see that dark dust lane in the center.
Yes,
so I was very
that's
happy with that.
amazing. And you can
Yeah.
see with the eye.
Yeah, you can see exactly. You'll see the stars are stretched here. I have an alt azimuth mount, and it's going to have issues, but at least I can. I got the basics down, and eventually I will have an equatorial mount that I can mount my C8 and my ED80 to, and take different fields of view and much more sharper images and stack them and all that kind of stuff. But for now, again, this is just baby steps. And then look at this. So I wanted to compare, this is, 4 to 6, the Needle Galaxy 4565 in Coma Berniceus. And what you'll notice on the right here is my image with the S8 smartphone adapted, same aperture, everything. And you'll, just by looking at the stars, you can see the same stars here. But all you'll notice is that you can still see the dust lane, very grainy, of course. But with the ASI, the 294, CWO 294 imager, you can actually see this fainter galaxy down here. And if I look at my, if I go to my, let's go over there. Sorry, I'm just in Sky Safari, and let's identify that galaxy. Where is it? Sorry, that's Leo. Let's go up here. There we go. Okay. So if you zoom into this guy, here's my image scale. And if you click on that guy, that's a 14.4, that's a magnitude 14.4 galaxy, right? That's beyond the visual range of the 8-inch. And you can actually see it just at the edge of the field here. So, obviously with a little more processing, you can eke out some more. So this is very exciting for me. Actually, there's another galaxy even here. Let's see if that's actually shows up. There's that's a magnitude 15 galaxy, right off the edge right here. See, so that guy right there is a magnitude 15 galaxy. So now we're getting into the threshold of an 18-inch visually. And so this gives me the kind of range that I want to be able to, because ultimately, as Don was talking about, one of my goals is to create lists of objects that are accessible in different levels of different apertures and also different qualities of sky. So, you don't want to have a hopeless search for galaxies that, sure, they're 10th magnitude, but they're so diffuse, they have such low surface brightness, you don't have a chance of viewing them. So this will allow me to match my visual observations with the photometry, if you will, the photographic views, and then look at the actual absolute magnitude compared to the sky brightness. And I'll be able to use different techniques to be able to eke out different visual representations using my images. So continuing, oops, sorry. Here's the box galaxies. I think Richard Grace took a picture, with he did a much better job, of course, but I was very pleased to be able to pick out these guys. And they're really neat because they all have different orientations and they're quite faint. If I go again to Sky Safari, box galaxies are just to the right here. There they are. Just to the other side of the cluster. And if you look at these guys, they're 14th magnitude, 14.3, 13.6, 12.2. Interesting again to note that 13.6 magnitude is brighter than these 14.2, but again, if you look at the image, you can see that one's actually fainter because it has lower surface brightness. So even though its magnitude is higher, these smaller galaxies are more concentrated, so they're much more easily to observe. So anyhow, that's the box galaxies. And this one, I really love this one. I was able to frame these guys. Really bad quality, but hey, I'm thrilled. I mean, here's the whale galaxy. You can see a lot of beautiful structure, including its companion galaxy.
Yeah.
The hockey stick galaxy, you can see the companion off the edge, and you gain a lot of detail in the core. So really, really happy with this image. This made me happy. And then here's the Silver Needle galaxy. Very, very thin, long structure. That's a really nice one. And oh my gosh, I love these. The Leo triplet, we already know when you look through a telescope, very beautiful. It's a nice, pleasing kind of starter object to be able to look at. These galaxies are very bright, magnitude 8 and stuff. But look at how huge and how much detail you get on these guys. I mean, I love this bar structure on M65, or actually this is M66, and then M65 over here with, you can see the dust line, almost like a little Andromeda galaxy. You can get see. So it's a very nice pairing. And then the Cocoon galaxy. This is a nice one too. It's a kind of difficult, if you don't have good skies, but it's a beautiful object to observe with this nice spiral structure with a little chunk galaxy up to the side. I love M106. I always come to this one with its beautiful spiral arms and the dust lane. But what's interesting about this picture, compared to ones I've done in the past, is now you can start to pick out these guys. And again, look at these galaxies over here. If I go back to Sky Safari and go over there, so let's go.
I invite you for all of those galaxies, Cameron.
What's that?
I invite you for all those galaxies.
Thank you. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
it's amazing, Cameron, because it's so educating.
Yeah, no, I'm really. What
really
makes me happy is
really I enjoy your quantity of image, and you make something like a catalog, a new catalog, cell phone catalog galaxies. It's new. Maybe it's like a new catalog about the possibilities to make
the Cameron catalog.
Absolutely, yes, because it's and when you say about magnitude, and think that it's not a point magnitude like a star, it's an integrated magnitude. Maybe you say 14, but 14 in an area, the entire area have 14 of magnitude. It's really, really faint. It's really dark. Yes. It's all. This is such a really a first prize in image, because it's the extreme of the possibilities. It's really great.
That's a good point, Cesar, and actually I think Barnard's loop is magnitude 4 or something like that. I forgot what the magnitude is, but but it's because of the if you take it's calculus, right? You take the bins and you add the sum of all those bins, their magnitudes, then you end up with an aggregate of what is the magnitude brightness. But because it's spread over such a large area, it's like impossible unless, of course, if you have dark. I don't know how many people has anyone seen the Barnard's loop with the naked eye? I think it's possible, right? But
Yes,
it's
well,
wintertime is not likely that people go in the winter.
Of course, if you go to Texas Star Party, you can watch this.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. You know, it might just seem.
Or Valle Grande.
It's so large. It's so large that probably to confirm that you're seeing it, you know, you would just see like a slight departure from the, you know, a jet black sky to something that looks, you know, something still black, but, you know, like a little bit less black.
Just like a little. Probably. Yeah, so no, I appreciate it. So now again, looking at this one, you know, if you look again at the M106, you can see this part of the galaxy, you know, the spiral arm is about as bright as this, but kind of, so if you take that chunk and integrate it, that would be equivalent. And let's see what the magnitude of that galaxy is. That galaxy is magnitude 13.2. So you can say this spiral part of this arm is magnitude 13. So you know, and this is a good example of what you can see with bigger telescopes. For example, a small telescope will be able to easily see M106 because the core at magnitude 8.3, but the core, you can see the density of this is quite, you'll see the center part fairly easily. But when it comes to the spiral arm, those are like magnitude 13 in that surface area. By spiral arm chunk, so you need to have a good scope. So I can see it visually with an 8-inch because it can go down to magnitude 14. So I can pick out the spiral structure of this arm, but this arm here is even fainter. So this is probably a magnitude 14 portion, if you will. So that goes below the view of my 8-inch. But if you have a larger scope, like an 18-inch or larger, then you can easily see both arms because you're now get down to 16th magnitude capability. So now these two galaxies down here, let's take a look at those. Those are respectively magnitude 14.5 and 14.6. So those guys are quite faint, but you know, when I do better with the image processing, I'll be able to eke those guys out. And again, the main, yeah, that would be, so that makes me very happy. So my survey is still going to be focused on, you know, the main objects that are brighter than magnitude 13. But of course, I'm going to pick off some of these fainter objects, which are fun as well as part of the plate solving, and that will be another level of cataloging. But I'm going to do it in chunks. So these are bonus items. So continuing along, and then this picture, you know, it's, you know, everyone has seen this picture many times and they've seen it. And it was so nice to be able to do this myself. And this is a good milestone for anyone, even though this is not a good picture, it's not processed or anything, and there's star streaking and big netting and every problem, but you can still see the detail, the spiral structure, and it's there. It's kind of like when I see this image and I see that I was able to capture this myself, I'm like, wow. I mean, it's just like nature. This stuff is out there, right? I mean, these galaxies haven't changed in our lifetime. They're out there. If you can take a picture of it, it's there. It's like a scenery, right? It's like taking, I don't know, the arches or even the moon or anything that we see commonly. But you just don't, before you get into astronomy, you don't appreciate that this is part of nature. This is out there all the time. And to be able to take this and get the same type of details and see this spiral structure, it's like, wow, it's real. It's really an interesting experience to go through to record this yourself and be able to see like this little kink in the spiral arm, for example, and all the details on the dust lane and how this bridge between the companion galaxy and then this little piece of dark nebulosity that's blocking the half of this companion galaxy, all those things. And of course, it's superimposed stars. Just that type of detail. It's just a wonderful thing. So I really want to share that with everyone. And yeah, so then this one here, I just threw this one in here because I decided to look at a dense area of Hercules in the Hercules galaxy cluster area. And it kind of my cheap version of the deep field picture. And if you look carefully, you'll see tons of galaxies here. All these guys, all these guys. There's some more galaxies down here. There's just tons. And these are all, I checked them out. They're all magnitude, you know, between 13 and 15, 16th magnitude, some of them. But, you know, with a little more work, I'll be able to actually pick them all out and actually be able to plate solve and do that. But this is what's in the reach of, you know, relatively modest gear that anyone can gradually get into. And that's what's really nice, is to be able to make everything accessible so that people, more and more astronomers can all access and get into deeper and deeper into the universe. And so anyhow, I really like those galaxies. M3, I had to take a picture of a globular cluster.
There was so many galaxies in that prior shot. I mean, it looks like a it's like a Hubble deep field or something.
Yeah,
you know,
we're calling it the Cameron Deep Field.
Cameron deep field. Yeah,
That's the Cameron Deep
yeah,
Field.
that's right.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna have more fun with this in the future. But yeah, this was just kind of again testing it out. And
Cameron,
then
sorry.
Yes, go for it. Yes.
It's all are with the 8 inches telescope or small.
8 inch. Yeah, this is with 8 inch. Yes.
With the evolution.
With the Evolution 8 and
Evolution 8, the
Altaz.
Explore Scientific eyepiece and Selle adapter.
Actually, this is with a ZW. This is with an ASI, the 294 camera. This is not this one.
This is not cell phone.
Yeah,
okay.
You got the right camera for the job.
Okay, no,
Cameron.
yes, because it's so yeah, yes.
Thanks.
With a 6.3 reductor or an f10.
Yeah, this is not. This is with the f6.3 focal reducer. That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And what I want to do is these are only 30-second exposures, no stacking, just a preview picture. And what I did to pop them into this, you know, I know the original files are like 24 megabyte TIFF files, but it's like so what I did is I use my tablet and I do the preview and I take a screenshot. And I email myself the screenshot of that preview picture, and then what I do is I compress it to 30%, and then I pop it in this spreadsheet. Into this PowerPoint. So this PowerPoint is only let's tell you how big this is. So this PowerPoint is only 7.1 megabyte. Okay, 7.1 megabyte, and I have all these images in here. So basically, I'm all about practicality and efficiency. Like you need to have the details for image processing, but ultimately the end goal is once you've done your processing and once you've got it into looking good enough, which is another step I'll get into. But once you get there, you can just take a screenshot and it will be you've captured the quality, right? There's going to be more detail, of course, in your original data that you can always work on manipulating and analyzing. But when it comes to presenting and then also just for your own enjoyment, to be able to put it into an efficient catalog here that it doesn't get so huge, it makes it very, very nice. So what you're seeing here is only about 200K worth of data on a slide. So that's after, of course. So what's going to happen? You can see where this is going, right? and I think Jason Guenzel knows this, and all the image masters know this. More and more processing will be done by the camera and by the pre-processing software by processors. So it's going to start to do the stretching, the stacking, and all that heavy computation to get all that heavy lifting done as you take the images. So then you're going to get closer and closer to a more refined image as compute power and that improves. But for now, we still have to do the intermediate steps, of course, of downloading the big file and doing all the scaling and stretching and all kind of stuff. But I can see in the future, it might take a while. It might take a while, but it's already getting better. Like already, for example, with the ASI Air Pro, you can do like automatic stretching, and you can do stacking, live stacking and stuff with, and it can combine your darks and flats and bias frames together, and then you can just take that picture. So I'm really being a visual observer. I'm really all about trying to spend more of my time like looking at the image, studying it, enjoying it. I like the processing part a certain amount, but that I want to kind of optimize that, because I'm going to be doing a lot.
You are
in, my
in the fringe of the astrophotography and the observation, I think.
Yes, yeah, that's right, Maxi. Yes, yes, yes,
Well,
exactly.
I have a friend who lives in Banfield. He have a very good eye, and he can see in pollution. He's in Gran Buenos Aires, in the south of Buenos Aires, and that's a lot of light pollution, and he can see galaxies, clusters, and very planetary nebulas with his eyes. So
you're talking about
oh my God.
yeah, Nico the Hammer. Yes,
exactly.
Nico is have a really a Sony sensor in his
eyes.
Yes.
Yeah, the
His eyes.
implants, right?
And also,
where can I get that done?
He also draws what he's seeing without following mount. He's only 250 size of millimeters, sorry, Newtonian, but he is also doing astrophotography without
tracking,
following
without
mount,
tracking.
tracking.
Yes, without tracking. He shot in a few seconds. It's great.
He has
Right? And then just stacks a bazillion of them.
A machine gun to shot the stars.
Yeah,
incredible.
Something that is real, like say Cameron, is that when you have the single light, and for many people, when I told last year in maybe an hour of the first global safaris, that in some cities, when especially in Argentina, when many times I talk with my customers, sometimes people that have a reflex camera with a medium focal objective, maybe 100 millimeters or maybe more. For these people, I say that if they are searching the idea of amateur astronomy and have a camera, first buy a tracking mount like the XLVIII or another one, because they can start and choose the optical tube assembly later with much better idea about optics, because they can start only with the camera, a supporter, and an adapter with an equatorial mount, a single equatorial mount. Sometimes I say the XLVIII, but sometimes it's only a IQ3 mount with a single motor. They start to discover from the city, from the metropolitan areas, that they can do it, astronomical pictures of open areas of the sky, and start to know before to take an optical tube telescope, and start to know how they can do it astronomical image and learn more about the skies. This galaxy clusters like this, before to make a great picture, the idea is see the galaxies and start to understand how is the universe. And this is amazing because today a camera or a reflex camera or a CCD camera is another, for people that we live in metropolitan areas or middle of the city like me, is another eyepiece. It's an electronic eyepiece, because really we need this help.
Yes.
And because if not, it's impossible to make astronomy without this. When you use the picture only with your camera and go to use and choose the first optical tube assembly and put it in your equatorial mount, the magic is great, because the people understand how many times the diameter make another part of the magic. Because here do you have something that you have the really huge sensibility of the sensor, but do you have something that you have optics, you have 8 inches. And this is why and it's not maybe because it's only 8 inches, because you can have an 80 millimeters apochromic or chromatic, or 90 millimeters, and you have a great step from an photographic objective. It's really a huge quantity of light energy that you can get from the sky. It's something amazing. Optics and electronic or optical electronics today, we are living in a golden age of amateur astronomy.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, just on your last point, Cesar, like, what I show here is 2 different image scales, right? The inner one is my 8-inch f6.3 with the image camera, and then the larger one is an ED80, which I will be getting. And when I do that, I'm going to couple the same camera, and you can see the whole Macarian's chain in one shot. So you'll have to take a little longer exposure. That's understood, but no problem. I mean, with a better mount, with an equatorial mount, I can increase from 30 seconds to let's say 4 times that, right? So I'm at 2-minute exposure, and then I'll get the same type of depth of field as my 8-inch. And you'll get more objects. So from a catalog perspective, you can do really well with a smaller aperture. You just have to have a good mount.
Yes, the evolution
better
mode.
tracking.
Yes, I know. Evolution mode is resolve something for up and down, left and right, but have a great, not perfect, but have a great tracking for 15, 20 seconds, maybe in 6.3. But I know that many times it's best have the image inside the possibilities that this nice you have, because when you take the picture like an image, like of observation, for really have not only to make a great picture, because this is for after the night. But when you say, okay, I have galaxies in the screen, and this is amazing, and because it's when you don't have the possibilities to take these galaxies in your retina about the problem of light pollution, you have this tool that is amazing and really is great because you can have details. It's the same like if people say, okay, I can in my cell phone I can say the color of the nebulas. With my eyes I can't see the color. Yes, but a cell phone for a kid in their telescope, making a short exposure for Orion, M8, Dark Nebula, or another bright nebula, is something magic. I say, I have color, like the same done in the books.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, I look at it as a very much a compliment to visual, because what I'm going to do, for example, tonight, I'm going to finish my, well, not finish, I'm going to continue in Ursa Major with my visual sky survey, because Ursa Major is in a good angle right now. It's going to start to set, but I can start to comb through all those guys. And then what you do is you can go back and take images and work your way back and then study it again, right? So you have a record, you take your notes, and then you have a log of your observation from notes, and then you go back and then you say, oh, look at this, with this particular picture, I can see other galaxies that are 14th, 15th magnitude. It makes it more pleasing, so you have the visual plate solve, you see the numbers. It just makes the exploration just wonderful. They really complement each other very, very nicely. Yeah. And so what I'm showing here is, I just rotate the my camera, and then look at this. I can get a really beautifully framed, just rotate it 90 degrees, and then I can get the entire Markarian chain with an ED80, right?
Yeah.
And so this is an example. And so there's lots of fun, and I do have to pace myself, because you have to spend some time learning the equipment, going through the whole learning curve of adding new gear. Like when you go that jump going from visual observing to smartphone, and then smartphone to astro imager, there's a lot of things, and a lot of and if you're not careful, you can really get frustrated and spend a lot of time with quality. I have very limited quality dark skies in Seattle, clear skies.
Yeah.
It's a clear night tonight,
in
for
Buenos
example.
Aires, maybe it's worse. Yes, I understand.
Yes.
Don't so say this is being called, yes, EAA, or electronic assisted astronomy. Yes, Dominic.
Yeah,
you're right.
And that's one of the the real drivers for me to get into to imaging as well, because ultimately what I'm going to do is I'm going to get an IXOS2 with PMC8, put it ED80, and then I'm going to set up imaging sequences, right, overnight. Get it all set up, and start doing a survey more automated. So that way, in the morning, I'll have, all the objects cataloged. I'm still going to do some visual observing for part of that, but just to maximize that full night, especially in the summer nights, are very short. I'm at 47th parallel, so when you're 47 degrees north, you get the sun, very little in the summertime, very little dark sky. So
you have a really short night.
Short night, yes. You really want to maximize that window. So this is where, again, it's a nice compliment. And then I want to be able to still relax and enjoy, visual observing a couple of things, maybe studying a couple of objects, that type of thing. So I think, anyhow, so let me go back to, this is really neat. Let me go to my presentation again. Okay. So M3, globular cluster. So not bad. You know, this is what you'd see in a large Dobsonian, right?
Yeah.
So this is and what's also interesting about this is the color, and this is what Cesar was talking about. You could, even in the globular cluster, you can see different depths of stars. You can see the bright yellow, and then some, you know, fainter. Of course, that's just because of the depth of field, but it gives you a more 3D effect. And then there's the Dumbbell Nebula, M27, and the color. Again, you can see nice structure. You can even see a little bit of, if I took a longer exposure, you can see the extra lobes sticking out here. And of course, they're very pronounced. And I love this red, green, and the blend here. It's really nice to see the shell. And I wanted to show you this picture of the Ring Nebula, because I kind of did a couple of things here. First of all, on the left is the latest picture I took with my dedicated astro camera, where you have the nice red outer ring going to yellow and green, and you can see the central star. The one on the right is my smartphone, exactly the same smartphone picture. You can see some color, and I zoomed in into this area here, and you can see the color. It's grainier, of course, but I wanted to show this because on the top right you have the Hubbell image, and what's neat is even with a smartphone, again, you're enhancing. You're just having so much enjoyment. As a nice visual enhancement, you can already see some more structure. You can see the brighter sides, the structure that you see in the Hubbell, a lot of that, the shape, the characteristic shape, and then this slightly elongated part here, and the shorter part here, and then the denser parts. You can see all of that even in the zoomed in smartphone picture. So again, this is training your eyes to appreciate the subtleties that you can see even with the naked eye or with a smartphone. You don't have, if everyone loves the processed images, those are definitely there, and I feel the bug. As I take these initial pictures, I want to get better and better. But from a visual perspective, to be able to appreciate and say, relate these very simple images with the Hubbell, it's neat. You're seeing the same object, and you're seeing the same type of big structure, and so this is part of the fun. Yeah, and it's natural. Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to relate and recognize features that you can see in the more detailed pictures. So I just wanted to share that on the evolution. And then that was the last. Yeah, that was my last picture. So to be continued. I just wanted to share the latest in my journey, and I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Amazing.
I look forward to continuing to collaborate with all my colleagues here. It's really fun.
Great. Cameron, thank you so much. Soon you will see an ambassador page for Cameron Gillis coming up on the Explore Alliance. So it's really great to see someone that is really pursued outreach as much as Cameron has. In fact, all of you that are on the show have. So, but he definitely deserves a spot there. We have a couple of people here. Adrian, are you still on with us?
I think Adrian, he's gone.
Okay, all right. Well, fine. Maxie, then you're up next. Let's. Do you have anything that you'd like to share for tonight?
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everyone. Yes, basically, the last week we talked about some deep sky objects before the lunar eclipse, and I took pictures from the Sombrero Galaxy with my reflex and the telescope. And I couldn't process, but this last Friday, I think, I finished it. So let me show you the screen here. Share it. Okay, you can see the program? Okay.
Yes.
Basically, what I did was stack maybe I think that 2 hours of pictures for 5 minutes with then darks, flats, and everything. So I took this.
Wow.
Now this is the crude, but when I stretched it, you can see the info.
Ah,
Okay.
nice.
Nice.
Yes.
And also the tiny galaxy here,
Yeah.
and well, the arm of the sombrero
Yeah,
galaxy.
you can see texture
also-
in the dust. It's very cool.
This whole, it doesn't matter. This goes
Hmm.
Is Maxi still there?
He's still there.
Hello.
Oh,
Okay,
there, yeah.
Yes.
I come back. I have some issues with my connection. Sorry. So well, and this it don't even see the sombrero galaxy. So when I edit and everything, I have this.
Oh, wow.
Right.
This little cluster of stars.
Yeah.
I
For the Newtonian
really love.
Yeah. Spikes.
So he did that with a flat
Nice.
or by subtracting
Nice
dark
colors.
frame?
And the colors and everything. And this last weekend, sorry.
Maxi have some
Hello?
issues of connections. I think.
Hello?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you, but it's froze.
Hola. Okay. I didn't understand you, Scott. Sorry.
No, I wasn't talking, but
Wait, I'm going to change my connection. Sorry.
I asked a question. Was that final image of sombrero achieved through a flat field subtraction or a flat fielding or a dark frame or both?
I
Sometimes the internet
Yes.
is not so
Yes,
cooperative.
internet is- yeah.
I did some 30 pictures.
Okay, so you just got more signal. Okay. And we lost him.
Oh,
Maxi, if you're still watching, log back in, and we can pick your brain some more.
yeah. It's a great picture because we put in the portal of our group, Cielos Oscuros, Astronomía Amateur. I told today to Maxi to say, okay, we need to put this picture in the portal, and if you can talk about your work, because it's amazing sombrero galaxy picture,
Right.
but we need that Maxi return.
We need.
Yeah,
That's right.
we can feel something, and we're talking
Yes,
about.
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes the internet's
No, yes.
is a fickle thing, because we can't really control our connection. I have a fast connection here. I think it's
Yes.
fast. We have about 200 megabits up and 200 megabits down, but I've seen when I was in other countries or other places, I've seen both faster internet than, like if you go to France, France has
Yes. Here in Buenos
really
Aires
fast
is-
internet, it's
Yes.
pretty normal. When I used to work in Taiwan, and the internet back at that time was just only a little bit. I would have to dial long distance to get to my internet service provider in the United States, and then hook up with everything.
Okay.
We got Maxi back.
I'm back. I'm back.
Good.
Okay.
Now I have issues with the connection of and I put my my phone data.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
Let me show the screen again. I think this is
Now you steal the entire band for Chivilcoy town.
No, I have fiber.
He makes something.
The whole town
Oh.
goes dark.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So, well, here's the Sombrero Galaxy, and what I was saying, Scott, this with the flat and dark pictures to calibrate the image, and then with the old processing, 2 hours of processing.
Wow. Okay.
But-
Great work.
What a great result.
Yes, I have, like I said last week, I have some issues with the collimating in the scope, and I can figure it out. So the stars goes very punctual, very
I
point
see.
surrounded. So the last weekend, sorry, I have some clear skies. So I wonder, and sorry, the last Thursday, I received an LRGB filters, so I can do planetary pictures with my monochrome camera.
Mm-hmm.
But I also, because Jupiter and Saturn goes maybe 4 a.m. or 5 a.m., I practice some deep sky objects with that camera, and doing with those 4 filters. So basically, when I practice with Trifid Nebula, I send more early to Cesar the picture, and this is what I get with the monochrome picture.
Wow. Very nice. Very nice.
Yes, this is what a
Oh,
QHY5.
that's beautiful.
Yes, and it's so different to the Bayer
Wow.
matrix. Really, I love the RGB filters from a monochrome. In the 90s, I tell you, Maxi, that we had only this possibility, but the sensor was maybe with so low resolution that we lost the great work. But today is the best way to make astronomy with monochrome and the wheel filter. It's amazing.
And also with light pollution skies, this was it goes out all that pollution with those filters, because you got the entire colors and the true colors in comillas of the object. And this was maybe 40 images of 14 seconds all those channels of lights.
Amazing.
Maybe 10 minutes about it. So the next day, the weather was pronouncing very cloudy, but the beginning was with clear sky. So I tried to do some galaxy pictures, and I practiced with M83, the Pinwheel Southern Galaxy. So basically, when I stack only RGB without the L, because I have some issues with the stack and I couldn't figure it out, I could have this.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stacking is very important. Look at that.
Oh, man, look at that bar.
Yes. You can see this.
This is basically only the stacked images. I didn't edit it. This was a little dust in the camera.
Yes.
Right.
That one, don't worry, I clean it out. So maybe this weekend I will try again with more time, with
Yes, I think that the next weekend we are going to take a clear skies.
yes, maybe the Thursday is going to. We have now bad weather.
No, yes, now it's near to rain, maybe. Not now, but today was raining in Buenos Aires. But this is a great picture.
Sorry, this I did in this case almost 20 minutes of every channel, and also I do with the UV and infrared filter to stack with the light filter. And let me show what I stack basically. Okay. This is the stack. You can see all in monochrome, okay? But when I stretch it, all that information
is right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I couldn't stack it in the other one because I have some issues with the format, and I forgot, and I will try again this weekend. So let's see what we get. And this is all the view with that monochrome camera and the 2000 millimeters telescope f4.
8 inches.
8 inches. Yes.
8 inches and f4.
4 exactly.
Yes. The ratio is 4. Okay.
Exactly. And the camera was the QHY 5, a simple monochrome camera, and without guiding. So I was wondering if I guide with another camera and take pictures for more seconds. Okay,
yes,
so
for having more information. Yes,
exactly.
Maybe, yes, over 1 minute,
maybe in 30 minutes of every channel doing that, I think is going to be better. And the structure, I always want to see those clouds. Let me see if I can give more structure with the convolution. I have some processes first. Acá un poco rápido lo hago, a little faster. Minorize, and you can see a little work of pics inside. Okay. Morphology, relation,
It's great that optics, we are making a perfect optics, and the people use the convolution.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
why?
where I can really see the next
No,
step.
me too. Yeah.
And then with the monochrome, you have all the control. I mean, it's really
Yeah.
whatever level of detail that you want to pull out. You have really nice, really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's a great tool, the convolution, because yes,
Okay,
it
let's
helps
see
a
what
lot.
and here goes. A little more details and structure. You can see this is normal and this is with the convolution. See the difference in the stars
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and the structure. Let me do
Wow.
it again.
Ooh. Great.
Maybe
How
it breaks
how
up, but
yes, how work this mathematics?
now
It's
this
incredible.
this
Yeah.
goes now right there.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
You can see the core very blurred, and then a little with more
Detail.
exactly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
This
We
program is amazing.
we are waiting. We are waiting. The the finish process without the dust.
No,
Next
yes,
week.
yes.
Yes. We are. I am for next global party. I'm working in understand more and practice side with a program that is free. The name is Cyril, SIRIL, and it's very interesting because have many things of bits inside. It's free. It's not 200 euros price. That is great. And yes, this is because many times pigs inside. I love really pigs inside, but the problem is that for many people say, "Come on, it's the price of telescopes." And all times I'm searching people that recommend me. Okay, try with this program, and we are working now in this program, Serial. Cyril, I don't know how to say in English, but I write, if you see
Okay.
Cyril, I don't know, Cyril,
Serious. Serious.
Series.
There you go.
Well,
SIRIUS.
SIR, yes.
Serious.
No, it's Cyril. SIRIL.
Yeah, because they use
Oh,
the major L, but
okay.
yes.
I would say any way
Cyril.
that you want to pronounce it would be okay.
Yeah, yes, yeah, yeah. And I am put to my son Agustin and say try this because he used all time pics and say okay, I need to that you studied this to Agustin, you Maxi no to Agustin, and I am working in all my pictures now in zero to understand more and learn more and to explain to the people how to use and recommend, of course, because many people start to use only himself, only reading the manual or the tutorials. And it's very interesting because anytime that I found some program free, especially like Sequator for stacking or Serial or for stacking and process, is great because when you found for the people something where, for example, in Serial, you Agustin write a script changing things for stacking without flats, because many people don't use flats when take pictures with their single camera, and work properly, and we we found that is, when you have a script and it's something automatic, and you can give a tool for the people that make the things with better results, and they feel happy
Sure.
to can make a picture.
Yeah, you're helping them
picture.
achieve their dream of making
Absolutely,
a
absolutely.
great image, so.
Yes.
And that's the beginning of the astrophotography.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. I'm all time that the people that came to the store, when the people say, okay, I don't have telescope, I don't know where I can go. And many times the people can afford a used and pre-owned reflex camera.
Yeah.
Because in Argentina, despite the crisis, the reflex cameras that you can find, the pre-owned cameras, you can find really affordable price. And this is everywhere, but in Argentina maybe it's more narrow the possibilities to afford equipment. Some reflex camera is something that you can buy in the internet in sites like here the name is Mercado Libre, but it's like Amazon or and they say, okay, take a mount, a camera, start. You are thinking and choose what type of telescope you are needing, but they are starting learning about the sky, the colors of the sky, the little details with their own cameras. This is another way, because that you have for a kid, we have telescopes that are symbols for starting is, but this is another way. Is when you have a teenager or an adult people that have an age that are interested in another way, and when they start to use a camera over a month, they learn fast about the sky and start to know how a telescope can help, the optics of a telescope can help them. It's great. The amateur astronomy is changing again, I think, because
yes, it is. It is. I'm glad that we've been lucky to have several of the people who are making that big change in amateur astronomy, actually right here on these shows, So it's been wonderful. I mean, if you had told me 5 years ago that people would be using a smartphone to get such pictures, I would have just gone, that's impossible. You can't.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Maxi in Argentina was the first that start to make the revolution, maybe 3 years ago. He say, okay, I can do it. Many people say no. How do you say? I remember this, that they say people of this was real, and people say no. It's impossible with a smartphone.
Like he was faking it somehow, right?
Yes, it's a serious business. It's a serious business.
Remember in a forum when some guy post some planetary pictures with brightness, Jupiter and the moons, and someone says the cell phone and the smartphones doesn't work to do astrophotography, and even is not astrophotography. So what are you taking it? It's an astro.
No,
But
when, but
no,
this is,
continue.
but the spirit that the Scott Roberts with Explore Scientific, I remember when Scott, when we start writing by email about business, okay, we are interested in your brand, blah, blah, blah. Scott called me to the store, to the old one in Plaza San Martin, and we started to talk about astronomy. And I remember, Scott, that you started with a very small gadget that was the, hi Pekka, how are you?
I'm fine.
Hey, Pekka.
Hello.
I was wondering when you were going to come.
And
See,
I remember.
I have to. I'm fine, thank you.
What was this small gadget, though, Cesar? What was
Sorry. This one of the first smartphone adapters of the market was the Explore Scientific.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You remember with the vacuum,
Yes.
and I used it. It was amazing. Come on, because was the first brand to think that the smartphone and the telescope can go together and work together.
Mhm.
And now is one of the best. I remember in the first eclipse in San Juan, that when we use and we put the old adapters in the 90 millimeters refractors for the kids, was a great success, because the kids understand in the first time.
Yeah.
The first time that they say, okay, I can take a picture of the sun. Yes, is this for? Okay. And they understand to get the vacuum, how do you say the name in English?
The suction cups and everything.
They
knew what to do.
Yes.
Good.
They move a lot of the
No instruction manual necessary.
No, and especially the kids have the brain, especially for this, and say, okay, this work is amazing. Yes, take the picture and see the kid with the yellow circle of the sun, because this was before the eclipse.
Yeah.
Amazed with the mom. I have the picture of the sun in my cell phone, and this is great. That's
great.
Yes, I have near to 30 years selling telescope and accessories and amateur equipment, and I am amazed at how changed this activity.
Oh yeah.
In 30 years, I feel old. Yes, but
you feel old.
Now,
no,
2 of the morning, you are not old.
No,
that's right.
No, but Cesar, one thing that a lot of things have stayed the same too, like the optics, right? The quality. Now we're just using that tool in new ways because of computer technology. That the optics is still the same good old stuff. So if you have a beautiful, refractor or reflector from those days, it's still a beautiful instrument.
Absolutely.
Palomar Observatory is now surrounded by communities and cities that have created a lot of light pollution problems for them. Mount Wilson is a prime example of totally light polluted skies, but they've just switched to the bandpass, the wavelength of light that they want to look at. So even today, Mount Wilson has one of the darkest infrared skies in the world. So let's work in the infrared. And Palomar Observatory, they have tried to work with the communities to use low sodium vapor lights and that kind of thing, which made it pretty easy for them to block it out. But they have, as they add new instrument packages onto that 200-inch telescope, they are transforming that instrument, and so they keep that telescope still on a very high performance and highly productive instrument, as it's had been since I think it was I might have this date wrong, but I think it's like 1948 or something like that when it saw first light. You know, for a very long time, almost 30 years, it was the world's largest telescope. So,
Yes, it's incredible.
mhm.
Absolutely.
That's really interesting. Yes.
Pekka, do you
Yes.
have you had something to share with us today? I think.
Yeah, I can share some pictures first of my,
It looks like you're at mission control again.
yeah,
Okay.
this is my
Love it.
observatory.
Oh, that's a nice photo.
Ah,
No,
nice.
that's
Oh,
live.
man.
That's
This
live.
is now.
Nice blue skies.
Yeah, it's a day. It's 7 a.m.
7 a.m.
Yes.
Here at
Yes.
2 a.m.
That's from west side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Wow.
I watched some pictures of the sun, Pekka, that you took. They're very, very nice, very well.
I just have an Bader continuum filter and EIR block filter, so I don't have any solar telescope yet.
Wow.
Let's see. I have to share this view of my scope. Can take a live view there. Oh, okay. I don't know why it's a terrible picture. I can't focus it right.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
I love this. Yes, it is now. It's
yeah.
live.
it's right now. Yes,
I love this.
The
I
moon.
love it.
it's out of
Yes.
focus, but it's daytime, so it's very hard to focus.
Yeah.
You know what the good
This-
part is, Pekka? The moon is
Yes.
below the horizon where I'm at.
Yeah,
So-
it's setting for you.
Yeah, but you have it nice, and oh, that's really nice. Is that a tree?
Yes,
kind
it's
of
a
thing?
tree, no? Yes, a tree.
Yeah.
Yes, a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this
Yeah.
is the view from my finder scope and guiding scope.
Oh, great.
It's an
Right.
80 millimeter
It-
and 348 millimeters focal length.
I love this your setup because it's so anytime it's work much better and you have more tools that work properly. I think that the image of the guider is so good, like the main telescope.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
it's
but
great.
I need longer focal length because the telescope is 2032. So I need
Yeah.
at least 900 millimeters guiding scope
Yes,
or 700.
Sure, and the relationship between the size of the pixel of the
Yeah,
of the main telescope and the guider is yes. The
but
idea is that
I'm pretty pleased. So this is my setup, and I can show you the view from northern skies. This is from my window outside. And that building, you can see that she's the science tower.
Yeah.
And there is no science done there.
Nothing going on there.
No,
yes,
it's
it's
just
only the name,
companies.
just the name.
Yeah, because she stays is a science center for whole Sweden. It's called the Swedish Silicon Valley. So Ericsson, Nokia, and HP and IBM and all these big companies is located here, like Adobe and so on. So every those.
Oh, do you have? You can see it from your house?
No, the company's not. They are on the industrial area.
Ah, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's everything I have. So I had a very hard time to find the moon behind the trees.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of trees. I can show you from the small scope when I take it a little bit down so you can see already.
Yes,
There
it's
is-
the same one. Yeah.
Trees. If I take a little bit there. Oh,
But I love the control work. Really is nice. Is
Yeah.
Yeah, I also-
gently. Yeah. Is
I also
Yeah.
use this one when I am out.
yes, I love this. I like to use.
Are you kidding me now?
No, yes, it's a great. Next week I am start to use this for my EXOS 100.
There is my
Yeah.
can show my
This is really easy. Yeah,
my
I love to use the
mini
joystick.
computer. This is my control board.
Okay.
I built it for it's a mini PC and 2 hubs and 2 terabytes hard disk and large watch
Yeah.
and 10-inch LCD screen. That's only for to align the finder scope with the main scope. So I see
It's great.
on the
Really-
finder scope and the guiding scope,
Right.
it's the same picture than I have the main scope because the field of Vivo field is so narrow in Celestron.
Mm.
So
Yeah, a lot of focal length. That's true.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I use the finder scope
I
as
am
my guiding
sure.
scope.
Yes, I
So it's-
consider I'm guilty about this because yes, I was technical for Celestron for many years,
Ah.
and the focusing of system of all Smith Cassegrains is a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
Smith
It's a
Yeah.
in
nightmare.
Celestron in both brands and both
Yes.
brands. Yes, Scott say okay. I look
Yes.
down. Yeah.
I
Come on, we
Cesar,
actually it's much better than in the past because you have the HD series and it's the same like in the newest Mid, but come on, the system moved when you start to make the focus. The problem is that you move the entire mirror.
Yeah, we're just pushing
Yes,
just
yeah,
on
yeah.
one
Pushing
side.
in one
you're
side.
Yeah.
out of field of view directly. So you have to when you're focusing, you have to move to scope simultaneously.
Yes.
You
This
have to
is
be
why-
prepared. And ATP, ATP cannot make an autofocusing aid with Celestron focus motor. I tried today, and it's totally out of focus. It's like collimation rings you get when you are using ATP's autofocusing aid.
Yeah.
But
the best
ZVOs, it's spot on.
Yes, the best way is use a low profile focuser only for a few millimeters, but is completely in the back focus of the telescope, not a motor. If they have the idea to still using the motor over the focusing
knob,
rib, is the same problem because when you go to reverse or
right, it pulls on the mirror.
or
then.
push, yes, it's the same. This is the problem.
Yeah.
This is why in Explore Scientific you can use they don't sell Schmidt Cassegrain anymore.
Do you know what this is?
For the
Cesar?
tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Yes,
for the tooth.
yes.
And
yes.
if you take off this this string and put this in Celestron focuser knop in 8-inch,
Okay.
it fits exactly, and you can
Oh, then you got like a little handle.
and you can focus with this.
We used to take a pipe cover made out of plastic,
And you
then
can
we would
use
put
also
a chopstick like you eat with rice through it, and then you would have a handle like that. Very precise,
this was I tested not in my scope because I have autofocuser, but I took the old knop and it's exactly fits.
Yes, yes. When I
And
started,
you have a handle here for your finger.
Yeah, it's nice.
it's nice. Yes.
I thought that
Just don't stab
was
yourself.
Yeah.
was doing in Argentina only, but in Sweden, I didn't know that.
No, yes. In Argentina, we have all. We it's impossible to translate, but we say something like we resolve all with wire.
Yeah. And you know, there's bicycle.
Baling wire. We call it baling wire in the United States.
Yes, yeah, maybe
Duct tape and baling wire. That's how you can fix
Exactly.
that.
Yes, or duct
Yes.
tape, or
And you
yeah.
can
Of course,
take, you know,
okay.
the cycle, you take the handle off, and it's exactly for 8-inch telescope for the handle. You know,
Okay, right.
Yeah, yes. It's
Cycles
a great tutorial.
because you can you have a larger area, so you can find focus much better.
Yes, that's true too.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's true too.
I need to confess that
I will make a patent of this and
Yes,
send it
make
to
a patent.
Cesar.
yeah,
That's
yes,
true.
absolutely.
Let me call my lawyer here.
Yeah. Yeah. Explore scientific helping.
Yeah.
That's right.
Then used for the
That's right. No other company can sell flossing sticks for
Yeah.
the focusers
Yes,
except for Explore
Sure.
Science.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can clean your tooth.
Buy
Yeah.
an Explorer Scientific 127 and you get 10 bits with it.
Yes, absolutely. But no, I felt when I received my 80 millimeters, that was for me the first time. I don't know why I sold it. I have a friend of me, Scott knows that anytime they say, okay, I can sell you because I received another one. And when I remember that when I received my 80 millimeters that now I don't have, apochromatic refraction from Explore Scientific, I felt like a king focusing, because my entire life of Schmidt-Cassegrain focusing was a nightmare.
Yes.
And I remember that I felt like a man going to civilization, you know.
Yeah. Can I just share you
yes, you have
picture?
Feeling of a focus now.
Yes, because never
I know what you mean though,
I
because
will show you how convenient this is when you working from
Whoa.
control.
yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I love this one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the way to go.
Right
That's
now
the way
I
to
have
go.
to be behind the mount with the control key.
I like to know how things the neighbors about this.
What they like.
Me too. Sometimes I use the telescope in the balcony and say, moving this, and the people from another wheel and say,
my neighbor.
Yeah, what is he doing?
Toilet room, exactly on the side, and he has put in gardens. You know, what do you say? For the window, so the light pollution is not coming in when he's in the toilet in the evening. So everybody is now watching the lights.
Yes, you can say if you don't turn off your lights, I can shoot you with the laser of my telescope.
Yeah, I have a green laser.
Oh man,
it's a great idea.
It's forbidden in Sweden. You know, the law says that if I use the green laser for pointing on the stars, I have to inform the air security and so on.
Yes, air security.
And they have to handle it and so on, and it takes a couple of days. And I have to to say that
in the United States it's forbidden too.
Yeah,
it's forbidden too.
I have to.
You can use green laser especially in near to airports, because
I have an airport exactly 5 kilometers from me.
Yeah, it's the same. And
so
really, I remember when the green lasers started to use the people in third parties say, okay, great, okay. Actually, we say, please don't use any more green lasers. Only the teacher that
Yeah, because then you had all these
only one
people fighting with green lasers and
yes, and you forgot.
You're taking pictures and you see the Death Star shooting in another planet.
Yes, with the green light, yes, and you lost a lot of lights.
Right.
Say, okay.
Yeah, it's for the airplanes.
Yeah, people are so worried about Starlink. How about green lasers by amateur astronomers? So
yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's a great teaching tool. It is.
Absolutely.
Somebody is doing this outreach, and they're showing people how to find the constellations. Yeah, a green laser is fantastic for this.
In our third parties, maybe we have 100 people. It's okay. It's something that we can drive with the people. Say, okay, don't use any people. But if you go to Texas third parties with 500. Something that today we don't talk with Don is about so hard is organized to the people. It's a great work. It's something that work and organized and third party is really a big effort. It's a lot of work. Really a huge work. A lot of things to take in
with massive people.
Oof. And the another one, the biggest surprise in the United States is, I have the t-shirt, is Riverside. Riverside.
Used to. Riverside's no more. Finished.
Really?
Yes.
I can't believe.
Yeah.
Riverside had around 4,000 people. Maybe in the past, maybe
they did have a huge number. That's true.
A huge number.
In fact, it was so many that the observing fields would be completely overrun. You had to be really careful not to bump into somebody's telescope gear.
Yes, and why this finish? The place is
the managing team, the core managing team had done it so many years, for decades, and there was a combination of things happen. One was that fuel prices went up really fast at one point. And so people were not driving, on long trips very much. Okay. There was situations where the marketing of RTMC was going to the same people all the time,
yes.
And so there was.
You cannot go.
There could have been a more broad outreach into areas where you're trying to get a new audience, and so that was an issue, and it's hard work, to go out and get new. I mean, as anybody who works in retail knows, or is trying to sell something knows. Getting a new customer is really tough to do, so because there's so many things that they could go off and do anymore.
I understand you, because it's a lot of work. Many times in Valle Grande, normally I put a store, but it's only put the store for Saraco. It's so hard work. That sometimes they say, no, not this year, because I don't need, because the people can buy in Buenos Aires, and the people say, why this year you not put the store, the tent, because it's a lot of work more. and
Yeah.
Is any point of the organization is a lot of work. With Jaime Garcia we have a show. Jaime Garcia is my partner in this third party, and we say this is the last year. Every year we say
It's the last year. We're not doing this anymore.
yeah. I say no. We know that next year we are going, because we finish so tired but so happy, because
True.
the people take say thank you to us, and
Yes.
you receive the love from the people that say, come on, well, okay,
Yeah.
year again. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's an amount of stress. They say, why I can make again this?
Yes. Yeah.
I have to, guys, if it's allowed to show you something. It's totally not an astronomy, because one of my hobbies is also plane spotting, and we have an air highway just outside my balcony. All landing
Plane
planes.
spotting. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Today I captured this one, and if you look nicely, you can see the co-pilot.
What?
Yeah. Very well, Pekka.
He's shaking his fist at you.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
awesome.
I think.
Stop invading my privacy, Pekka.
Yeah. Great, Pekka. Great shot.
That
Yeah.
was nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, it is. We're now at about 12:20 in the morning here. Pekka, what time? It's already. You stayed up all night, right?
7:21.
Yes.
Right. And what time is it in Argentina, Cesar?
2:20.
Yes, 2:20. Yes,
2:20,
it's the same in
okay.
Chivilcoy, or yes, it's the same.
Yes.
And it's 0:21 for you, Scott. 12.
Yes.
Yes.
Half past.
It's late.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. This is a late show.
That's true. It is the late show.
Late show.
That's right.
The last one.
That's
All
right.
night
The last
long.
one.
Yeah.
All night long.
Somebody should send me their B level movies, and I can show some movies, and we can comment on them.
Yeah.
So some science fiction, bad science fiction movies.
There is actually a program going on right now in Sweden that are about old science fiction movies.
Oh, okay.
And from 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s.
Perfect.
You could see those Godzillas and all those aliens.
Yeah, really cheesy.
I love it. Yes.
There was one movie. The production cost was $20,000, but the income was $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Sometimes such movies can do that. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, our next global star party will be not on Tuesday. It'll be on Wednesday, because next Tuesday is my birthday. Okay, so
it's a solar eclipse in here in Sweden.
Yeah, when is
10th.
the eclipse?
10th.
It's the 10th. Okay.
Yeah, and
So-
we have a maximum.
Ooh, what time on the 10th?
We have a maximum at 12:53, I think. So I will take a movie on that. So I can, if it's clear, so I can share it next time.
12:53. What time would it be here, Pekka?
It's 6 a.m. No, it's 5 a.m.
5 a.m.
Yeah. And you don't see it at all,
No,
I think.
but you will.
I will. We have a 38%. It's particular in Sweden.
Partial. Okay.
Yeah, it's from, if you think a circle, it's from 2 a.m. to 11 a.m. 2 p.m. to 11 a.m. So it's swiping over.
Well, at the very least, it'd
I
be
will
great to
shoot
have
it.
you on one of the afternoon shows, and you can show
Yeah.
the results of the eclipse. That'd be great.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
will
Great.
set up 3 different mounts. I will take it with my ED80 and AC-178, and then I will have my Skywatcher Star Adventure on time lapse, and
Cool.
then my Canon with 300 millimeters, just still photos.
Great.
Great.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So
Wonderful.
there will be some
Nice.
nice shoots. I hope so.
They're prepared.
I will be prepared right today already, because it will be clear. So I take test shots, so everything is practiced.
Oh,
Because this is my first eclipse since 1999. Then
Oh, wow.
We were then on Cyprus, and that was a total eclipse.
Great.
And this is the first one if there is a clear sky. But right today, what I saw, it will be cloudy.
Oh,
But it can change. It can change.
wait,
Sure.
wait to the 2 days before or 1 day.
If it's cloudy in Stockholm, I will see if there is I can drive about 300 kilometers, 3 hours away. I will drive for that. I will take my Sky Adventure and small things with me.
Yes.
So
So
I
this will
will,
be an annular. This will be an annular eclipse.
yeah.
So you're definitely going to have to have the filters on the entire
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, it will be continuum filter and folie filter, white filter in the front.
Great.
So it will be secure thing.
Awesome.
Yeah. We hope the best.
We hope the best. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for participating on our program,
Scott.
our Global Star Party. It's you guys make the Star Party happen. So it's a lot of fun, and I always learn something new every time. And
Yeah.
it's great to hang out with my friends. You know,
Go out and buy
right?
some toothpicks. What do you call them?
That's
a
right.
bunch of them.
Yeah, dental floss focusing tool. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I never would have. I would have never come up with the idea myself.
Yeah.
It fits perfectly in XLVIII 8.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
very
I want
much.
to say thank you to
you.
the audience. That again, we'll be back on tomorrow. Or actually, that's today. Right now, with First Light Chronicles with Kent Martz, and Cameron will be on with us as well. So for Camstronomy, and until then, you guys keep looking up.
The next Star Party will be the next Wednesday, right?
It'll be Wednesday, June
Wednesday,
9th.
Yes.
Wednesday.
Yes.
June 9th.
Perfect.
It was an honor again.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're doing it.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Becca. Thank you. It's an honor to
bye.
have you
Thank you.
on.
Bye.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye-bye.
Thanks a
Bye,
lot.
guys.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye, Cameron.
Good
Bye,
night.
Cameron.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Maxi.
Bye-bye.
Good night,
Maxi,
John
bye.
Boy.
Bye, Cesar.
Bye, Cameron.
As we're wrapping up here, I'm looking at Black Eye Galaxy, M64, visually. Well, this is a nice animation.